Yeah, welcome back. I'm Bob Motta. This is Defense Diaries. This is our continuing coverage of the people of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts versus Karen Read. Day 30. Looks like defense is resting today. Time willing, if time allows for it to happen. It sounds like it's going to happen. Seems like it went fast. It's crazy. This thing's almost done. I'm so happy to be home. We've been gone since Wednesday, so it is lovely to be home. It is comforting. I slept like a champ. I needed a good night's sleep. I got it. So I'm really happy. I'm really happy that I'm home. I'm really happy to be here with y'all. So welcome, beautiful humans. And it sounds like, no Proctor, no Karen. Karen's not going to testify. Sounds like we've got the end of the last witness yesterday. And then we've got one other witness, and then Rentschler. That's it. I think that's it. So, there we go. Glad to be back on the ball. It's amazing to be back on the ball. You missed the whole thing yesterday. It was a frustrating day. That's the best way to explain it. It started yesterday with Dr. Wolf on the stand, and he was under redirect by Alan Jackson. Alan redirected him, and then Brennan got up and he did what Brennan does. Super slippery, slimy, all the things that he does. And towards the very, very end of his recross, he brings up John O'Keefe's hoodie and walks over to Wolf and holds it up right in front of him in the big plastic weird thing. And he's like, oh, yeah, what about these holes in the back of John O'Keefe's hoodie? And Wolf's like, I didn't take those into account. I don't know what. He was like the rest of us, just flat out, had no idea what Hank was talking about. And Hank's asking him, okay, isn't it possible that he would have gotten these holes in the back of his hoodie by falling down? And Wolf's like, what do you mean falling down? Like, falling down how? Like, I don't understand what you mean. And Wolf ultimately states, all I can tell you is that's not from road rash. And Hank didn't even bring up road rash, but Wolf was smart enough to get that in there. And then they call the next witness, who I believe was Dr. Laposada. and she gets directed, or wait, no, there was somebody else. It was the PI guy, Teddemore, John Teddemore. I think he was the investigator. But before that happened, I'm trying to remember kind of how the flow went. So I think they took the lunch break actually, and as soon as they came back, correct me if I'm wrong, y'all. That's when Bob Alessi stood up, pounding the table, furious, saying, "Look, we are moving for a mistrial right now." You know how he's real adamant when he does that. And it comes out that the way that Hank portrayed it was a flat out lie. Um, Essentially, they had to know. I mean, the team knew. If Hank didn't know, Lally certainly knew. McLaughlin certainly knew that those holes had nothing to do with what may or may not have happened to John O'Keefe. Those were holes that were made by uh, the criminologist. And so this gets laid out for Canoni. We're all losing our shit in chat. We're like, ah! We're all like, she's not going to grant it. And we know she should, no matter where it's at in the trial. I don't care if it's like the second to last day. I don't care that the government has once again wasted enormous amounts of the taxpayers' money. And you got to do what the law dictates that you do. And to me, I agree completely with Bob Alessi. And, it was irremediable. There was no curing it. And so she's like, the only mistake I think Bob made is when he kind of gave her an out. I'm sure that didn't matter. I'm sure she would have figured out a way. Either way. Ah, ah, hi. There's
Hi.
my beautiful and brilliant co-host, Allie. What's up, girl?
Hey, babe. Hey, all.
Hi.
Hi. So
Wow.
there was a new motion, wasn't there?
There were a couple of new motions. I was kind of giving an overview of yesterday. So she, of course, denies it and comes up with this uh, ridiculous curative instruction that really didn't cure anything. And so Bob stands up there after, and she's like, "Oh, Mr. Alessi wants you all to see something, and this is the back of the hoodie, and this is these holes were not made by whatever, by any kind of activity. They were made by the criminologist, and like that was it. Know that you were misled by the Commonwealth. Nothing that,
Again.
and yeah, I mean, it's just it's weird that she'd continue to do that, that she'd continue to operate that way. It's like,
I
and
can never
from
get upset about it.
Commonwealths, I mean, yeah, she never has grave concerns about the Commonwealth, but from the perspective of looking at this and wondering about motive, if Hank Brennan thought he had such a rock solid case, why is he pulling shit like that? It's like, and Hank just gets up and says, "Oh, I made a mistake. Oops, sorry."
I mean, that mistake just seems like how could anyone believe he made a mistake? Like he thinks that he just cracked the fucking case and found holes that no one's ever found or mentioned. That's what the judge has to believe to think he just made a mistake. Like, "Oh, I thought I uncovered this last night when I happened to glance over at some picture that I never saw before." I mean, it was just outrageous.
Outrageous.
I just to tell you the truth, I don't know how much holes on the backside would have supported his case anyway. It's kind of weird that that's what he went with, but
Yeah, Allie made the point on the drive home because she was re-listening to, or actually listening to, the testimony because she was running around working yesterday, trying to wrap shit up. And she said, this seems like this is in contradiction to their whole theory because like, how would he get the holes from the lawn? You know, I don't even understand why he'd be trying to inject that into his case. And I was like, yeah, it's a good point. You know, I don't see how that helps his case at all.
Except to just keep putting in like, just to confuse everyone even more, but as
But
far
does
as, like,
confusing help the Commonwealth?
I don't fucking know, but he sure as shit doing it.
Yeah,
The
it's
the
weird.
thing that pissed me off the most, I wanted to pull my hair out, babe, was when he was questioning so Dr. Wolf's the one on stand?
Yeah, at that time, right.
Okay, so when he was like, "Where'd you come up with this 11.8? You're acting like you've never heard it before, and I pulled this 11.8 out of thin air, 11.8, 11.8." And then he's like, "But, who's the one that mentioned 11?" Like he just didn't say a different number, right? Like he just didn't say a different number. And then he's like, "It was you, wasn't it? Your own words. You said it in a court of law. No take backs, no deletion button. So now you're acting surprised about 11? Are we living like that was that was like the quintessential Hank Brennan gaslighting. It was
Gaslighter.
I mean, it was the most fucking outrageous there's a lot of
He's a
outrageous things,
gaslighter.
and I am prone to exaggeration. So,
Yeah,
those of you who
the
know.
people were missing you yesterday because I was like, because from a strictly defense attorney's
But
perspective,
he's doing a decent.
he's a pretty good fucking cross examiner. Like if he were on Karen's team and he was fucking pulling this shit with the Commonwealth, I'd be like, he's awesome. Because
I mean, not that far, because what he did do was a lot of fucking stupidity, and he mixed anything that he was doing that was actually good was mixed in with so much, like, what I think the jury saw as nonsense and just bullshit that I think it got lost on them. But overall, I see your point. He's doing a defense cross, but
yes.
he's supposed to be the prosecutor, and I don't think
No.
that plays well
I
with
well,
them.
I don't know how anything plays with the jury. Like that's the thing about juries. It's like all the talking heads, all the law tubers can say all the shit that they want, but none of us know how to read a jury. Like we're yeah,
Right,
I
and, like,
was like boring's a strong word.
Bob was
Boring.
boring?
Yeah.
He was too
I
tired to
was
be exciting.
exhausted. I was exhausted.
Kept trying to pull me in while I'm like,
I
hadn't even
needed like that was a brutal day to be solo because I was like on fumes, just on absolute fumes. So
Mhm.
it was like, so we got home, what, 9:30, went straight up to bed. Like I was out in seconds. Like
Really?
I think I watched did you make it through the end of Mobland? Did you make it through the end of that episode?
Yeah. Don't you remember in the jail?
Yeah. I don't
Well,
wanna
that's why
give
I just was real vague about it.
I feel like maybe you drifted off towards the end of it, so I don't wanna give you because that was the season finale there. But maybe you did make it all the way. Did
Alright, run
you
to the store. Do you wanna run to the store or wrap up the summary and then run to the store? Because I can't give a summary.
Okay, so after that gets denied, then you get the private investigator who did the wheel and took measurements. Like
Alright, I've got a question about him. Sorry,
I
keep
don't know
going.
what he brought to the table. I don't know
So,
what he brought to the table.
I was in the room, right, that you were when you were where you were tubing from, and I heard Yannetti ask, "Is there concrete? Is there edges? Is there this? Is there that?" And then the judge struck it because it was a leading question and he put all the words in for him. Did Yannetti ever come back and have that guy? Because she didn't let the picture in, right? Of the
Well,
garage.
right, correct.
So did Yannetti ever come back and have him describe those things that he led him through that the judge struck? Because he didn't write that in there in the minute that I stayed standing there.
I I don't think I don't think so. I mean, what did you guys take from that? and like I think it fell flat. Like whatever they were trying to get in. Oh, good, good. Liz says that she visited with her parents early this morning. They remain strong and positive as ever. All right,
Oh,
good.
that's good news.
Good
Well, I'll
words
tell you
of
this much.
affirmation. Good,
I
good.
was thinking this morning even that there are so many different things, the way the defense has put the defense on this time, that the jury can that each juror can latch on to and remember and rang true to them for reasonable doubt. They have to be sitting there thinking at a bare minimum, no one knows what the fuck happened. No one knows. And Hank's throwing all the shit out too. Oh, the holes are on the bottom of the shirt. I mean, there's this, there's that. Like, wait a minute. The jury's thinking, wait a minute. So you don't even really know what happened because now you're thinking, what and where and how? Like he throws out all these possible alternatives that's the opposite of your job, Hank. Like you're forgetting your job. You're supposed to present one theory. You're supposed to be the one who knows how it happened and the only one who knows how it happened, but you're putting out all this stuff. So I really think that it should be not guilty at the end of this because it's either the time with the stop, with the when he stopped moving, or the the cop who said the fucking taillight wasn't shattered. I mean, that right there could be it for somebody. The time could be it for someone. The walking somewhere could be it for someone. Definitely the reconstructionists. That's where everyone's saying, my Lord, even if they believe the other guy, they're like, we've got these four, professionals who completely think different things happen. Same thing with the medical examiner. You got Mr. The sweet old guy, neurologist or brain surgeon who thinks
Oh,
this
oh,
fell back.
the cappuccino or espresso maker.
Yeah.
The
So I'm
spelt like
glad.
the real one wolf. Yeah.
I think that Liz's parents and her family should remain strong and positive because I really do hope. I know that you have a fear about another hung jury, but I think there's so much more the way it's been presented, more reasonable doubt even this time than there was last time.
Yeah, I like here's where I'm at. Like my general thought is that as far as closing arguments go, I think that in most cases,
I agree, Ryan. That's what I'm
jurors
hoping.
jurors have already reached a conclusion in terms of guilt. In this case, I think that summations are going to be huge. I think it's like Alan is going to have the weight of the world on his shoulders for his exam or his summation because he really has to nail it in terms of getting this jury to understand what reasonable doubt is. It's like when we've had Bettero on both times, like we've just said it flat out. I'm like, he has to pound them over the head with the concept of what reasonable doubt is. And that is absolutely true because this is one of those cases where theoretically it's a fence rider, and where a powerful summation could ultimately sway a juror. Where I just don't think that that's the case most of the time. Like most of the time, if the prosecution has a strong case, they're getting into the closings. Like in Richard Allen's case, like I thought that they had a weak case, but I thought that like McClellan did enough in closing, especially with the way that he ended it, that if there was anybody that was kind of laying on the fence or sitting on the fence, that they may have gone. Like I was worried about that. I still thought that they were going to come back with not guilty because of reasonable doubt in that case, but that judge over there had shut down every form of defense. Like Richard Allen in that case, his entire Sixth Amendment right was destroyed. Like that was not a fair trial. It was a railroad job. And you get the sense of what this is too. It's like when she just does nothing to in any way impugn the integrity or to challenge the Commonwealth with all the shit that they've pulled, you can't help but feel like this is a railroad job.
Yeah,
Which is
that's so
terrifying.
frustrating. There was another time that Hank pulled that, like, oops, I thought kept shouting about how he's read everything and he knows every piece of evidence and he knows all the things that happened. I can't remember what it was. And he made some argument in court. It was outside of the jury. And then he got up and he was like, oh yeah, sorry. I'll oopsie.
Yeah, well, it was the same shit with the hoodie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's done that before. So how she just keeps not admonishing him, not it's all right. So I want you to keep doing your
All
recap.
right, so it was that guy, Tiedemann, I think his name was John Tiedemann, who I think was just like an investigator, but he was
Right,
a
and
lawyer
I
who
agree with Ryan's hashtag free Karen Reed mass injustice point that even though Yannetti didn't go back with that witness and talk about what's in those pictures, that I was thinking the same thing. The only other thing is hopefully Lapisada can be like, yeah, I saw those pictures and there is this in that room.
Yeah, well, so she was the last one on the stand, and she's still on the stand. So then that was it. Like they made it through kind of her background and experience. They were just starting to get into her opinions on things. There was some issues with which photographs they were going to allow them to show because
And the judge limited her though, right?
the judge limited her in terms of being able, she cannot testify as to accident reconstruction, and she cannot testify as to the dog bite injuries, which is insane. I mean, like that woman is so experienced. Like she's another like badass. She's another badass. Like ultimately, I don't know how much that hurts anyway with respect to the like she would have essentially been just saying and supporting Dr. Russell's, it would have been bolstering Russell's testimony. Like I don't know that she was bringing anything different. It was just like another doctor that was going to get up there and say that in her opinion, with a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that those were dog bites. So yeah, like I don't think it was like a death knell, and maybe
Hank will open the door somehow.
maybe I mean who
Is
knows.
that where you were going with your maybe?
Yeah, I was gonna say that, or in the alternative that maybe it's a blessing in disguise. Like I always worry about if you're trying to like hammer a point home too much and you do it by way of bringing on another expert. That's kind of like, all right, well, we know that we already had one expert tell you this. We're gonna have another one just in case you didn't trust that one. You know what I mean? It kind of gives you that vibe if you're having two people get up to testify about the same thing. It's like you could look at it either way, So from a juror's perspective, I don't know how they would have looked at it. So, I'm just trying to look at the positive side of it, but
Yeah. I'm
we'll
gonna
see.
put this water bottle on the
Do you-
top of the stairs so you can run to the store and maybe fill it up on your way back.
well, do you want me to grab you a coffee?
I mean, that sounds like a lot of work, but sure, I'll hold down the fort till then.
I mean, I'll still bring you a water, but okay. Well, one thing you could do, Tracy sent us the motions. There were two late motions filed yesterday. Do you have them?
Yeah, yeah, I've got
Because
her
that's what they're going to handle first.
I've
Like
got
she
her
got into
Alright, I'll
one of
be
the
right back.
places,
Get this up
and
there.
it's the Rensselaer stuff. It's the
Okay.
Rensselaer stuff. So I've got them pulled up, but I'm going to have Allie pull them up. So there were two, and she'll go through them with you. There was the Commonwealth's motion to exclude opinions of defense expert Andrew Rentschler. I mean, he knows. He knows. Hank knows. He understands. He's been doing everything in his power everything that he did with Wolf, like asking him questions that he knows were all supposed to be directed to Rentschler because it's not what Wolf handled, you know.
Yeah,
And
that
he
was his
always,
other form of gaslighting, the
oh
witness.
yeah, it was terrible.
Oh my God. Why did you do and his witness, his being Brennan's reconstruction expert, used the 50% head. He's making this big stink about the 50% arm. And I think you said it then. Wait a minute. Isn't that going to make it less? Isn't that being more conservative? And
Yeah,
it is. And it's like he just keeps saying it as though he's proving it's something wrong. And his own expert did it.
right.
Did on part of the redirect, did it? Oh,
You are unmuted.
should I read the motion or?
Nah,
All right, get out then. Go. Watch on your car.
Now open and maybe seated.
All right, so I received a couple of motions a little while ago. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. And there are some things we need to talk about from yesterday. Are the jurors here?
Yeah, because you're 17 minutes late, Judge Canoni. So what did you want?
Okay, good. All right, so the order I'd like to do is, Mr. Jackson, yesterday you were going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. Lapisada?
Yes, those have been presented to the council.
All right, can I just, are you all in agreement or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
I haven't heard specifically from Mr. Brennan, but the issues that he had, obviously, we're not at this juncture until we're further, we're not going to bring it in, we can have to do dog bites.
Yeah.
Claws, dogs in tissue, any of that information, but we are going to bring in exactly what we did yesterday. If there's an issue with, for instance, the ecchymosis, we've got a clean copy of the photograph without any of the narrative next to it, which is explanatory. The only one I think that does have narrative is the one with the Lucas machine, which Mr. Brennan indicated yesterday. Did not have.
All right, so I need to know just for instructions to the jury about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3.
The brainstem?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be, we intend to show that. That shows the.
So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into? Sure. If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I still want to give an instruction. So I need to know what you're going to do with that. I was going to exclude it, but I understand. So if you can crop, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the gruesome photographs. All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that, Mr. Jackson? All right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
We went back and forth yesterday, and I don't believe that it's actually evidence. It is not.
Okay, so
it's not in evidence. That was
okay.
Yesterday, we all assumed it was.
Yes.
I'll put it as.
All right, they've already seen it, so it's less likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photographs. But and then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
Correct, that's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday, the number, right? So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively, probably side by side.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that. Does the Commonwealth?
Of course.
Okay.
Oh, he doesn't. Wow.
All right. Those are the ones I was concerned about for purposes of an instruction. If there's objections to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an opportunity to take a look at whatever he's got.
Understood.
Okay. All right. So With that, that's helpful. Thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their questioning of Dr. Russell to allow Dr. Lapisada to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Correct. I'd like to be heard on that briefly.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Let's go, AJ. To the microphone. Thank
I'd like
you.
to start, if I may, by marking two
Still
documents
soft.
with code permission. One is Dr. Laposada's entire report, and the second
Oh,
is
great.
her entire CV. if that's
Okay. Yeah, those are the ones I needed from yesterday. So, yes. Yes.
There's not a microphone up there today? What's going on?
Exhibits D, 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 and exhibits E, 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 E.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. Laposada and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bites, dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper. After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue specifically of Dr. Laposada and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. Laposada's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. Laposada's opinions, implying that Dr. Laposada had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. Laposada's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. Laposada by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell.
These are good points. He opened the
She
door.
was then asked the seminal question: did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. Laposada related to dog bites?
What page is that on?
And the transcript?
Yes.
Oh, my motion's back at the desk.
Oh, I see it.
Does the court have it?
Yes.
Okay. I'll just read it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer: well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan. Have you ever heard of a doctor named Lapisada?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages here.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you're reading.
The colloquy between between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. Laposada had been retained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she had been provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically, from Dr. Laposada related to dog bite wounds, Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. Laposada had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. Laposada to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting
all that
testimony from Dr. Russell
Right.
about Dr. Laposada having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites and not providing that report to Dr.
Then he
Russell,
seeks to exclude her.
the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from
Elicited.
Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression.
Yep.
They used it tactically as a sword and a shield. And that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. Laposada was consulted by the defense, number one, that she wrote a report, number two, that the report was about dog bites, number three, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number four. And the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. Laposada's opinion, would be harmful to the defense.
That's what it
the
leads them
only
thinking.
reasonable
Conclusion.
interpretation of those facts.
Or it's at least
And
one
the
of them.
Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposada and her report and her opinions
She should
about
grant
dog bite
this.
wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. Laposada on the stand.
Not talking about dog
Her
bites.
credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away. And the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is if Dr. Laposada's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. Laposada says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways.
I got to deal with the dog.
They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. Laposada and imply that Dr. Laposada had opinions about dog bite wounds. And then they have it the other way, which is let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. Laposada from testifying testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell. That cannot stand. That ensures, it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. Laposada about her expert opinion, especially as it specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second, and that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs, not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. Laposada's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7, she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. She taught about dog bite recognition in that case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine, taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7, forensic pathology, course director in pathology, course 205, taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric forensic pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. Laposada on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals.
I mean, come the fuck
The one that
on.
stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11. The one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries, New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition.
What?
She's eminently qualified.
Imminently.
I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert. And that's exactly what Dr. Laposada testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways.
Nope.
They cannot walk up and say and leave the impression with the jurors.
Preach.
That, Dr. Laposada opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. Laposada's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
Oh, God. I have to hear him talk now. Go ahead. Lie to
The
us.
pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders, and deliberate. And that is the
You.
defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses to introduce information they know is not admissible. And they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay. Dr. Russell took the stand and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions as virtually
What
the only expert
every
in
witness
America
does.
who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. Lapisada, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. Lapisada. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. Lapisada.
We just heard it.
She denied it.
We
And then
just
she told us
heard
that
it.
she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinion.
You asked her about
And
it.
so the sum zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. Laposada, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion.
Not me. Let's see what's happening over here. Nope, that shit's frozen.
As it pertains to dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis. And so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
All right, Judge.
Two things stand out about that speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites.
Yeah,
I just asked about her experience.
let's do it again.
Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said.
That is what you
Excuse me.
said.
No, I'm not.
Fuck
So
off.
I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I quote
argument.
his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. Lapisada? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in the previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. Laposada was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. Laposada to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand in this courtroom.
You don't get to get up again, Hank.
Go ahead.
It's helpful if you read the
Ugh.
entire thing in context, which I will do. We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create a narrative. It's improper.
There's no rule of law in this
All right.
courtroom. The movement goes
I'll
last.
be out in 10 minutes on this and we'll get started right away with Dr. Laposada.
She gonna go check with somebody? I gotta go consult somebody here because this guy might be right here. The defense might have a good point. All right, to Mickey's point, I'm worried about the missing details. Butt dials, military base, the buttloads of sketchy crap not being revealed. I am too, to be perfectly honest. I do think that stuff was important. You know, the butt dials, the that's so weird. The military base, all of it, you know. But even saying that, I still back what I said earlier, that I still feel like there's just so many different things. Oh, sorry guys. For the jurors to latch on to, even if they don't necessarily agree, they could each latch on to something different and, you know, get to reasonable doubt. Courtney with the case says Hank knew. He placed the shirt near the witness stand. I don't know how people consider him a good lawyer. Good lawyers care about justice. Agreed, Courtney. Agreed. Close says, I think Hank was hoping Wolf would say he took the holes in the back into account. He confused the cop with the picture, but Wolf didn't take bait because he's not a liar. Yeah, you're probably right. It's probably one of his things is to have, well, if it goes awry, at least the witness is going to say he took it into consideration too. And then when the defense points out that that was never there, maybe I look bad, but their witness looks like shit. That could have been. That could have been. We touched on Liz Reed. Thanks again. Mickey's coming back. Take a look at that drive. Cracked on level badly, especially where I think the Jeep was actually parked. Likely where he met the murders and fell, cracking his head, also near the gate to the backyard and Chloe. Yeah, I mean, all possibilities. For sure. Amy's Positive Pathways says, watching from urgent care with my daughter may have broken her toe or foot. Oh, I'm sorry, but good to be able to watch from my phone while she gets x-rayed. Well, we're all sending positive healing vibes your daughter's way. Sorry to hear that. Maybe glad we can be a good distractor. Sandra Corrado says, Brennan is the definition of a rat. If we could see a human version from the UK and a family hug to y'all, this is the craziest courtroom. Sure is, Sandra. Sure is. Just Jim says, is it me or is Alessi's flow better when arguing mistrials and motions than his crosses? Shouldn't crosses flow better since he prepares for that? Can't prepare for a mistrial motion. Well, here's at least the thing about my understanding about Alessi is he is an appellate lawyer. So arguing the law, arguing even on, you know, on the whim, on the fly, that's where he lives. If that's, you know, you know, if that's what, especially if that's what he does more of. And I left it right at the top of the stairs. Sorry. So I kind of agree that I think that his crosses don't flow sometimes as fluidly as his oral arguments. But yeah. It says family hugs. Good morning. Well, thank you. Thank you all for your generosity so far. And Piccolo. The steps to the house and the garage was huge because it was 78 feet from the mailbox to the doors. John O'Keefe made it to the house plus 6 feet in. Same as Whiffen testified to. I mean, that's just another thing that jurors who that's what they're kind of latching on to. That's what they're, you know, thinking is that's what they're connecting with. That's going to be a huge issue for them. Not that Mikey. My worry is that in opening, AJ spoke about Chloe and that she was
All right.
rehomed, but they haven't called anyone to testify to that fact.
So I'm not going to allow Dr. Lapisada to testify regarding dog bites.
Wow.
Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting.
What? How? What are you saying?
I just think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous. And I don't think that a pure instruction can do anything except bring the point home again.
Okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to immediately agree to can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, that it's consistent with an animal? And at least split the baby.
I will do that.
All right.
I'll allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
See, here's the point.
Cross-examiner.
And we're gonna let him, we're gonna hear what Brennan's whining back. A lot of times, sometimes you guys ask, like, well, why did somebody make that suggestion? Or why did they make this suggestion? And it's something that should be done when you know the judge is not going to rule in your favor. And it's something that I don't think the defense does often enough because they want it their way. And, you know, like they just kind of like the first trial, they wanted to get a not guilty and basically establish in that courtroom her factual innocence. That this is what you have to do. You have to come up with something that gets you at least a modicum of what you want. You got to know your judge. You got to know what's going to be the splitting the baby, where's going to be the even road, and ask for it. And that's what Alan Jackson just did. And although I think her ruling is bullshit, at least they just got something. At least they just got something. So now let's hear what whiny Hank is going to whine about now.
And I look to have the cross-examiner because if you want to allow consistent opinion with the dog.
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything. That will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence that's consistent with what she has seen is an animal bite. A brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson?
I'll also take the
Okay.
instruction. She
All
didn't even ask what it was.
So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past the break without this anyway. I may have left it in the.
No,
I
Milo,
left it
they
in
did
my
not
office
ask
anyway.
for a
So
mistrial
let's just bring the
ever.
jurors in and move forward with this.
At the first trial.
All right, Paul, I'm just going to.
Not until after it was over. Isn't there a point? So Meg P says, isn't there a point where a higher authority can step in and shut this shit down? Nope. Not any point in time where that can happen, except on an appeal, but nothing that shuts this shit down. LA in LA, member for a month. Glad to have you. If Dr. L doesn't say dog bite, will the jury be suspicious? And this was her. So yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Alan Jackson was saying. I think as long as she says animal bite, to me, I think it's even better because I didn't like it being limited to just a dog or to just Chloe the dog. So I like it that it's an animal bite, to be perfectly honest, because then you piggyback that with someone who said it's dog bite, dog bite, dog bite. And it gives the jury another avenue.
Or
you watch
coyote.
Or a coyote. I take you watch it on your phone, babe.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought Jackson's argument was phenomenal and absolutely true.
100%. 100%. Full stop.
She's so full of shit, though.
Yeah.
I mean, like that should have been, yeah, you're right. Brennan opened the door. I'm allowing her to testify. Now I've heard her full credentials since she spent 45 minutes doing it yesterday in the beginning. She's qualified. I'm going to allow her to opine on it. But like you said, at least they got something. At least they got something, you know, because like I missed the part where she said she was going to allow him or allow her to testify about it being from an animal or consistent
Yeah.
with an
He said,
animal.
he
I
said,
just heard about the instruction. I'm like, oh my God.
he said, can we split the baby at least? And she can say it's consistent with an animal attack. And the judge said yes. And I was like, finally. I mean, I feel like that's something the defense hasn't been doing enough. As far as trying to come up with a suggestion that is at least going to get them. And it could be because you don't want to waive something. You know, sometimes when you make a suggestion, the appellate court's like, well, but then you objected, but then you made this suggestion. So I don't care.
Yeah. Did you talk? So the defense, so that was obviously
I'll be
dealing
right back,
with
babe.
the Lapisado's testimony. So that dealt with Brennan's motion that he filed yesterday. The defense also filed a motion, a 7-pager, and it's in opposition to the Commonwealth's motion to call witnesses in rebuttal. And specifically, they are seeking to bar the testimony of hold on, let me get this scrolling. Several witnesses. So they're asking the court to deny the Commonwealth's motion to call witnesses in rebuttal. Ms. Reed requests that the court prohibit the Commonwealth from calling Maureen Hartnett, Terry Kuhn, and Dr. James Crosby to rebut the testimony of Dr. Marie Russell. Ms. Reed further requests that the court limit the scope of Dr. Judson Welcher's rebuttal testimony. To date, defendant has received no discovery with regard to the proposed rebuttal testimony of Dr. Welcher. Defendant reserves the right to supplement the instant opposition with respect to Dr. Welcher's rebuttal testimony upon receipt of any new information. And then they make the argument, which is, as a general rule, rebuttal is permissible to respond to the opponent's case. Nevertheless, it is Hornbook law, quote, that there is no right to rebut evidence that was not unanticipated.
You are unmuted.
Rejection of the rebuttal testimony where defendant had disclosed prior to trial that a defense expert was expected to testify to an alternate theory of causation. Commonwealth was thoroughly on notice of Ms. Reed's intention to present evidence showing that Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were caused by a dog and not by an alleged motor vehicle collision. So indeed, the Commonwealth vigorously contested the court's certification of Dr. Russell as an expert, and it was on notice of her intended testimony well in advance of the instant trial.
I think she denied that yesterday, but there's one where you could have asked for alternative relief of the SIR rebuttal.
Did she deny that yesterday at the end of the day? Is that what
Yeah.
she was doing?
That's what I think it was before the end of the day.
No, I think it was after they let the jury go, right?
I don't remember. I didn't know I made it that far.
Doctor, I'll remind you, you're still under. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Morning.
Did you eat your little potato bites there? Don't let them get cold.
Not yet.
Well, snarf away. Snarf away.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Laposada. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can we have Exhibit 165 for the court's permission, please?
Okay.
I'd like you to take a look at a specific area. If I could. There we go. You see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us what that is.
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split. And behind that, we see the raccoon-eyed discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have Exhibit 13, please?
Oh, poor lady.
I want to draw your attention
Winded.
to this area.
She was winded yesterday too.
Paul, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Could we zoom in on that area?
Mr. Woke, get busy.
Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about? If we call that a
Yes,
spoiler?
yes, I do.
Okay. Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we just looked at, is that consistent in your opinion with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at say 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
There you go.
If in
Boom.
fact a person were hit at say 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and then it would go across the eyeball. It would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
So I just want to pause it there. I just want to note I would have, because you said she was winded yesterday,
Yeah.
asked the judge to let her enter before the jury came and let her, get seated, have a drink of water. I think it's not a problem because it doesn't seem like she's nervous, because when she talks, she's very steady. Like it's clear
Yeah,
that it's
I
her
think she might have like
a
COPD
health
or
issue.
something.
Right. No, for sure she does. But I just would have been cognizant of it if it happened yesterday and sort of asked for that. Let's let her come in. Let's let her sit for 2 minutes before we bring the jury in. And you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Because I mean, Canoni had to hear it yesterday.
Right.
Because you're exactly right. Like it's not a matter of nerves. It's not her, clearly being, under stress that's causing her to like breathe heavily. It's clearly some kind of medical condition, because when she speaks, it's like completely fluid and calm.
Right.
So yeah, it's because stuff like that. Like if you guys were watching this, knowing nothing about the case, would you think like, what would you take from the breathing? Because like she could be in 45 minutes in and she's still breathing like that. 'Cause
Really?
at first I thought she was walking up and I thought that she was still winded. And look, she's got the mic right by her mouth.
Right. Oh, so then I take it back. If it's 45 minutes in and she's still doing it, then that little break wouldn't have helped. But all right.
Maybe not. I don't know.
All right. I love my blooping time, so let's go.
Blooping's awesome.
Take that down. We talked yesterday about this phenomenon known as coup contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a coup contra coup, a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain. and the brain is rattled around, therefore within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brainstem herniation. And that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
Wow.
Yeah.
The harbinger of death. Dang. No one said that before.
Nope.
Brainstem herniation.
Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that?
Dr. Lapisada.
Handed you and tell me if you recognize it.
Now
Yes,
I
I
really want to get
recognize
the
it.
dog bite
How do
thing.
you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brainstem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Carrot over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of the next, that document is next in order, subject to.
She's the best expert I've seen in terms
Pretty
of
good.
in terms of the medical side of it.
Yeah, and I saw someone's comment like, "Oh, it's me, Melanie." So the brain was injured on the front and the back. You have to think of it like whiplash, and that definitely can happen. Oops, sorry.
No,
From,
it's like the comment that you put up. It's like adult shaken baby syndrome. Like, I mean, it's what a concussion is. So,
well,
like,
but in shaken baby syndrome, you're making them go frontward and backward.
right?
So it is like that, but only in the sense that you go back so hard, like when you think of whiplash with your, that it's, even though your head doesn't actually have to go up and go down, but the brain is loose in there. So it gets whacked so hard in the back that the brain is going,
Well, yeah, I
inside
mean,
the
it's the same concept. I mean, yes, somebody's physically
Right.
making the thing happen, but it's the concept that
Same
your
concept.
brain is rattling around in your
Right.
skull.
Yes,
'Cause
absolutely.
it's like what happens to pro football players and, or just football players in general. When they get hit hard from the front, their brain smashes into the back of their skull and then like is still going to come back forward, because when the brain hits there, it's going to bounce back forward. So it's just, she's just a really, really good expert.
I agree.
Okay, so we'll take that into evidence. Not-
Your Honor, with the court's permission, with the redaction, may I present the?
Not yet. One
Not yet.
minute. Jurors, I told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant. And you may find that these photographs are graphic, and I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already
She's going to take a little pause. Here.
already been introduced into evidence. So you're not to, your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it.
So I want to ask you, Bob, in the chat, did she, oh, Bob's gone. So I'll ask you, chat. Okay, Bob's back. Did she, so I was going to say, you know, this is always an issue for the defense because the prosecution's putting up autopsy pictures and, you know, this and that. And they're, you know, the defense is always trying to limit the gruesome photographs that the prosecution puts in. Did she give this instruction when Hank was putting in photographs? Anyone remember?
She may have given it early on, but like she certainly wasn't giving it every time that he was putting up gruesome because I think the only time we would have seen the head wound was when Wolf, spelled like the real one, testified during the Commonwealth's case in chief, like as he was dealing with the brain injury and the wound at the back of the head. So, but I don't think that she did.
We got some no's, mostly no's, but a couple yeses.
But I think she did early. I can't remember definitively. 30 days in, it's a blur.
Lori G says brainstem is immediate death, yet he was alive at 6. Yeah, we got a bunch of nots, maybe yeses.
Melanie, she says she gave it once. I remember her giving it once.
All right. Okay. Well, let's go. So, I mean, I just would hope. I never
she may have given it as like, you know, the initial jury instructions. Like she may have read that, may have been one of the ones she read early on.
And she may just be a judge who is more concerned with that. I just need to see equal concern. And like AJ got his little dig in this morning to steal that phrase. I've got myself some grave concerns.
Well, and beyond that, I mean, is the defense, you want her reading that in general. I mean, you don't never want the jury.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's good for the defense. Right.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying she chose to read it during the defenses. Did she do it during the prosecutions? But yeah, there's nothing wrong with that instruction. It is a good instruction for the defense. I was just inquiring because of placement of the.
I mean, I think it's 100% defense instruction.
Mm-hmm.
You don't.
It is.
Yeah,
it is.
Right,
yeah,
right.
for sure. I didn't mean to, but I'm glad you cleared that up, babe.
So now you can display it.
Do you want me to approach very briefly?
Yes.
Although I'm going to sigh about it.
If you wouldn't mind taking a look at that document.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
a redacted version or a version of just the brainstem?
Yes, this photograph shows the cross section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next big order rather than the unredacted version.
All right. Is there any objection to the switching the exhibits like that? Okay.
Just Jim says she's
And
so
the
amazing.
arrows point to that on there.
Explaining things I'd probably never understand, so that makes perfect sense.
That'll be it.
I mean, she's a professor at Brown, so
Thank you.
She's not qualified, Bob.
she's
The
fucking
other one
world
will be
class.
for identification, the first one.
Judge
Thank you,
Canoni
Laura.
said it. Not qualified. No methodology.
She's a teacher.
I mean, their accent reconstruction is testified to medicine. It's frustrating.
It's free for all.
She does do a lot of when it comes down to the big things, usually she makes at least somewhat of the right decision. You know, this was flop, but at least she let the animal thing in.
You're right. She gives a version of what's right. Like, you know what I mean? It's like it's certainly not. She doesn't go all the way, like doing the right thing, but she does a version of it.
She definitely should have limited their expert. I mean, he had no methodology.
Okay.
He had no
Display.
methodology.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Their accident reconstruction guy that testified about the
Do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is that?
Excuse me, that's a cross section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe. And it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding, which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed. And that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank
Could
you.
use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it. Could you point
Ooh.
to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
Okay, so, okay. Is that going on the?
It is. It's
Okay,
probably
thank
hard
you.
for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled, with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding, with the blood looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brain stem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop, And within 15 or 20 minutes, then he could be dead.
Wow.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation. Because I can say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
I'd like you to look at another photograph, an exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please, with the court's permission.
Yes, jurors, this may be one of the photographs as well. Right. Or there'll be a series.
Dr. Lapisada, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it, informing your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below. So what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks, and then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this pattern injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it, with each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern? And there's two things we're looking at: the laceration or the abrasion versus the defect above and below that laceration.
Yeah. So what this injury tells me, or what I would tell the investigators, is that Mr. O'Keefe went back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin. But that ridge also had, it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy grainy things sticking up on it that would make each of then these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down. Did you, in furtherance of your investigation, coming to your opinions and conclusions, look at the area of 34 Fairview?
Here we go.
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Oh, shit.
What?
Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
Excuse me. I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of.
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. Lapisada. Jurors, I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson. Move
Why?
on.
Let's stay with the outside of the home. Did
Yes.
you see the front lawn area?
Yes, I did.
How did you, what did you note about the front lawn area?
Well, I was looking at the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So,
No.
Yes, I'm going to strike the second part.
No.
And
Okay, I'll try, Your Honor. Thank you.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing there. It was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass was very cold,
Cold and
very
hard.
The dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No,
I
Why do you
mean,
say that?
because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star, because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on
what if,
grass, you might see grass in the wound.
but I'm sorry, what if his hat gave him a little rug burn? No. What about that? I'm blooping forward. Can you put this hat on your head here? I'd like you to put this hat on and tell me if that would do it.
Grass, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Mm-hmm.
you should ask
Do you have
about
any
the hat.
training or experience in
Brendan probably
diagnosing
will.
hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Ajax should get in front of it.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who've suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more. And then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
at least 100.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, in connection with this case? You reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case,
She did put that on the death certificate,
along with something else?
along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury as
Yes,
a cause
Ms.
of death?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
He's like, wait,
Take a look.
I need a better answer.
I'm
Show
sorry,
Mr.
Mayor
Remington.
Coach.
Yep, show Mr. Remington.
Thank you. I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
Exhibit 226.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Excellent witness.
Is this a fair representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are little tiny craters, and they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with the court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Okay.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up when we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see, any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No, no.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen. When you open the stomach at autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Let me ask this first. Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right,
Yes.
that's Exhibit 164. Can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach. And there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
What?
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
All right, I see it sidebar for just a minute here.
We can take that down.
I don't know what her issue is. But Evie has a new dream to have dinner with this witness and Dr. Russell. And Samantha asks, is it hard for us to look at photographs when we're involved in a trial, since we aren't medical field or used to such things? I mean, we've seen a lot of them. The ones with children, are really, really, hard to look at. But yeah, they are hard to look at, even though we have seen them.
Yeah. And for me in particular, as Allison will attest, like if I injure myself and I'm bleeding, I'm like, I can't look at it, babe. Am I bleeding? I'm not good. But like, for some reason, I'm able to look at photographs in terms of
Desensitized.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, because I can't stand it in real life, but it's still hard, yeah, especially if it's injuries to a child.
Yes, thank you. With regard to the, it's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me, the defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around the rugae on the gastric mucosa, did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions, and the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine, and it can be attached to the body. It your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back. And so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so. And it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mention the sternum area of
Yes.
the body, are there, you go without saying, are there organs beneath the area that's being compressed by the mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally they include the heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out. But it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
Oh, Gypsy or Steve's dog passed, and we're very sorry to hear that. By the
Yeah,
way.
it's so sad.
Yeah.
It's so sad. I text Steve.
Two documents that I'd like to show you first. That
Yes.
document, and then after you're finished, familiarizing yourself. First one and the second one.
Yeah, I saw that, Marissa. Who was that?
Taking the first document that
Woman.
addresses the Lucas machine,
Yes.
how do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Right, subject to redaction.
I don't think so.
Thank
I think
you, Lori
that,
G.
that one is not objected to.
So would you hand
Oh,
that to?
sure, thank you.
My grandfather went
Exhibit
through it as well.
227.
Dad's sort of starting to go through it now, but
Yeah. It's devastating.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Doctor, I know that's a little bit small and far away. We'll
Okay.
enlarge it as you need.
Okay.
It's not an eye test.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take the top half of the
Yeah.
document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine in the middle?
Okay, so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the arms are pulled up and clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges. And then here is the engine which puts the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions. And so that's how it's affixed to a patient.
To be clear, doctor, that is not Mr. O'Keefe. That is
No, this is
could be a model.
an unknown
Okay.
person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine to the
Yeah,
right?
this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average, the compressions per minute would be about what?
They should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page of the graphics on the bottom. What are
sorry
we
to hear
looking
that,
at
Jen.
in this photograph?
And we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine. And it's a cross section. So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus. And then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that, I don't know if that's working on there, the little thing that looks like at the very bottom, that's circular and then has a little, looks like a little steer head, that's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's an actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhage, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that's, I can't really see where that, I think it stopped.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Oh, no, you've got it. Okay. Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those three little things projecting from it, that is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only, hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down. Doctor, taking a look at the second document that's in front of you, do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe, his chest, while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'll move for the admission of that.
Oh.
Exhibit 228.
Permission to display briefly.
Okay.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggestive that the Lucas machine, where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe. And it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 a.m, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
Medical certainty, buddy. Stick with that.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia or complications associated with hypothermia and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
No.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the extremities.
Based on your overall review of the medical records associated with Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
He died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. Laposada, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body.
Here we go.
Here we go.
You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
How is she going to know about
I'd like to show you exhibit
Canoni's ruling?
167.
She can only say animal.
Okay.
Even if he asks if it's
I was-
animal.
I was thinking the same thing. Typically, that's something he'd be allowed to go then tell his witness before she came back on. But I was thinking that, like the way this case goes, I'm surprised they weren't like, do you want Mr. Brennan to come with you to tell you what you're allowed to say? Because I was wondering the
I
same.
mean, it doesn't seem like that happened, right?
No, but he might have told her on her way in, which would be appropriate. But with the way this case has been going, I think it would have been even more appropriate to say, Your Honor, can I just tell her? Does someone want to come with me to tell her?
Yeah.
So we'll see what Hank does with it on cross.
Well, I'm talking about on direct.
No, I know. I mean, we'll see what Hank does with it on cross when she only gives the, like if he tries to bring it, did he tell you in the hallway?
Right.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this
Which he
photograph?
shouldn't do because it
Yes.
was the
How do
judge's
you
ruling.
recognize it?
Is a photograph of the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
I don't think he got into it enough with the animals. She wanted more
Did you
foundation.
review and consider this photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case?
Yes.
You're supposed to ask about animal attacks and her ability to
In
recognize.
order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the jurors, please.
Got to take that arm out
Well, there
where this
are,
goes
when
live.
you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
I haven't heard him get into
Have you ever seen in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just
Correct.
in general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches the body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes.
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern from the jaw configuration of the animal. And most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change.
See-
The other thing you see in a animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for
Yeah, Laurie.
arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an
Getting in a little bit
incised
more.
An incised wound is a wound.
Getting into a little bit more than I thought Bev was allowing. I'm
Well,
blooping
she can't
backward.
stop her from saying canine teeth. Like we
No,
all-
but
like
I'm just
canine-
saying she was
it's a good
limiting any.
workaround.
Yeah, that's what. Well, we all agree with Laurie Marie's comment here.
The application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167? Are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustained.
Wait, what?
Were you able to determine from your review of the
think
medical
it was
records
leading.
whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were premortem or postmortem?
They were, oh yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Wow.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you.
No further questions. Is this
Take
it?
that down.
Like, what's somebody tell me what the jury's doing?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
Could he not ask her within a reasonable degree of medical certainty? Like, was he not allowed to ask?
He
Yeah.
was. He was for the animal. Yeah. So
Did
he
he
kind
do
of.
it? Did
I
he
didn't
do
hear
it?
him do it. No.
Yeah, okay.
But everything she says is to a reasonable degree of medical certainty. But he should have done it.
Should have done it. She's a great witness.
Did I miss some new ones, Lori G? I saw earlier that you said they were attentive, or I'm just wondering what they're doing right this moment. Right when she says that.
I mean, I love Dr. Russell, but she's phenomenal.
Oh,
Like, she is just,
okay.
she's next level. Like her ability to make things clear and to explain things is unparalleled. She reminds me of Dr. Reich, the way that she could break down, like everything that she discussed was so clear. She's a badass.
Yep.
She's a great, great witness.
Yeah. Hank better, choose carefully. All right. Torres says.
If he comes hard at this incredibly lovely woman, it's gonna be bad for him.
Yeah. Turtle Boy said all the jurors are writing except one. Thanks, Torres. And thanks, Lori G. And welcome, Karen Beard. What'd she get, babe?
Aw, family hug.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Ooh,
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were premortem, not postmortem. His right arm, I should say, were premortem, not postmortem. Correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called postmortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make, quote, injuries to the body. But we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is
Olivia
that
coming in hot.
when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through. So you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a
There
reasonable degree
you
of
go.
medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were premortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive
Hopefully she's
and
going to do
bleeding.
the same now for.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about what a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around
Agreed.
the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Dr. Shiloh.
Sustained.
Let me bloop back.
Do you believe it's important at the location, investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Sustained.
He saw that coming. She didn't want him talking about
Do you believe
the
it's
investigation.
important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
No, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you.
Ask the same question about medical certainty for the animal.
We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes.
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Were you able to rule that out?
Absolutely. Not.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Yeah, sure.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you
Reach a
come
conclusion
to an
to a
opinion or conclusion as to whether or not
reasonable degree.
Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
He's got to lay that foundation. I think he was supposed to ask her how many motor
You
vehicle
indicated
accidents.
that you've
Here we go.
done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes,
You've supervised many times more than that.
correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
Now, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes,
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
yes,
have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this
Agreed,
case?
Jordy.
Yes,
Sustained.
What? Wait a second.
Case.
it's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes,
Sustained.
Why? What's happening here?
What are some of the injuries that you would expect generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
Bruising.
yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or a SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise.
Oh,
So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the
you.
tissue. It gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr.
What?
Jackson.
What part is
Oh,
he
God.
In
striking?
addition to bruising, what else might you expect to
Okay.
find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to cyber.
Wow, Christy's right. Hit the like for Dr. Lapisada.
She's awesome.
Yes.
I love her.
And
Love her. People
Olivia
love
says-
Dr. Russell, and I love Dr. Russell, but she's next level.
yeah,
I'm glad that they had her after because she's phenomenal.
yeah, closer to the end. Olivia says, Bob, did the coyote attack him before he died? LOL. Olivia, we got your secret message this weekend. So that was delivered multiple times, actually. Was very
Yeah, I don't know why you guys think the coyote thing was postmortem anyway. Like coyotes are like 35 to the high end, like 70. Like that coyote, if it was a coyote, wouldn't have been able to move
He was
John
probably
anyway.
trying to feed the coyote.
Or he was just laying there and the coyote was going to
Nap.
try to drag him. Like, you guys are all full of shit. Like, I don't know why you're all trying to kill the coyote thing, man. It's so bizarre.
Well,
to
because
me.
the point is,
We
if,
don't like the coyote theory, Bob. It's so crazy. No, it's not.
well,
Never
but the
changed my
point is,
mind.
what had to been in that first 20, he could have tripped over the coyote. Could have been what caused him to trip, and then the coyote tried to save him. 'Cause the point
Exactly.
is-
He tripped over a coyote. What she did crush was my slip and fall theory, because she's like, when he gets that wound to the head, he's not able to get up. Because that was my thing. Like, what happens if he slipped and
But
fell?
that could have
cracked
happened,
skull.
babe.
What?
That,
Not-
that still could have happened, because the only people saying he took that 78 steps after he hit his head is the prosecution. So he took the 78 steps and then hit his head. Could have slipped and fell.
What? But how does he get to the flagpole? With
Could have
my
tripped
slip
and
and fall
fell at
theory,
the flagpole.
but he couldn't have, according to Dr. Laposada, because he wasn't able to get up and move at all.
Right, but what if he tripped and fell at the flagpole? He walked around, he did
She
all the
just
things.
said that the grass couldn't have caused that wound.
Well, right, yeah, there's that.
What are you talking about?
Yeah,
What? He destroyed my whole slip and fall. Got
everything's
up
been
and like,
destroyed. All the jury is left with is no one knows a damn thing about what happened to Officer John O'Keefe. A man is dead and no one knows what happened because the police didn't thoroughly investigate and neither side knows. That's probably what they think.
the coyote launched Karen's Lexus.
Yes.
In space.
It's possible. I'm an engineer, so
Did
things.
have you guys never watched Roadrunner? The coyote was always trying shit. I mean,
Yeah.
he had a million plans. None of
Yeah.
them ever worked.
He
None of
could
them ever
definitely
worked.
drag somebody somewhere. Boy.
Yeah.
Lori G says, so many jurors went from attentive to what appears to me as frustrated based on their faces and body language, Sue. So that frustration might be the sustaining of that
Yeah,
they're
the
not getting the
objections.
information. Right.
That's
Why
I
are
can
you hiding?
guarantee it. I can
Right.
guarantee that's exactly what it is. It can't be from her like incredibly explicit, clear explanation of what's going on. It can't be that because it's fascinating. It's like
No, that's for sure. Right.
she's amazing.
Georgie Hardcastle says Coyote hit him at 24 miles per hour. Well, Wile E. Coyote could do that.
Right.
That guy was fast.
He was big with acne, you know, big acne guy.
All
Look at
right.
Lally.
Drink that water, Bev.
May I inquire?
Yes.
I forgot where I left off, so I'm just going to pick up
Okay.
as best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX 570.
He's laying
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you.
right.
As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think about.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me
Yeah.
ask you a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
And is
Why do
that
you say that?
to a degree medical certainty?
First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going
Nailed
to
it.
that. Yeah, let's see what's that.
She said animal.
Can't unring the bell.
No, you cannot. Bloop, 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 bloop. I forgot I had all this bloop, bloop.
All
bloop,
the blooping.
blooping,
You can
bloop,
take
bloop.
you can take the
Respond to injuries
skunk out of
needed.
the jury box, but you can't remove the smell.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes,
In your report, Doctor, you indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's patterned injuries on his right arm do not correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I
And
wrote that.
Do you
That's my-
stand by that?
Yes, that's my
that-
conclusion.
A
And
medical
You also
degree.
wrote his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I did.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
Are all those to a
You
degree of
also
medical
wrote that
reasonable
you
degree of medical
noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes.
Why in
correct.
particular?
And you indicated that
Say that?
that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
And are all those opinions to a degree that we just set forth? I'm
You
sorry.
reviewed the entirety of the medical records associated with the autopsy,
Yes,
including photographs,
taken to the hospital. Yes,
okay, and autopsy photographs,
yes,
and other data and documentation, correct?
yes.
Are x-rays an important part of an autopsy generally?
Oh, yes. Usually there are x-rays taken of the body prior to the examination.
What do x-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
Get in front of that.
Let me have just a moment.
Oh, what are these big things? Were there? I thought there were no x-rays.
Wow.
What is this? A blueprint?
May I approach?
Okay.
I thought Hank said there were no x-rays. Oh,
Yes.
another sidebar. We got bloops. We got bloops. Not many. Only fan. Oh boy. We're blooped up.
All right. I did receive another motion this
Wait,
morning.
what?
Step out.
Wait, what are you doing?
I rewound. I guess they told the jury to leave. That's why they're all standing as the jury exits.
I thought he said,
Dr. Lapisada, you can step out. Okay. All right. I did receive another motion this morning for a curative instruction. I'm not going to even consider this today. We can consider this at the charge conference. So that's where we're at with that. All right. Work it out. If you can't
Wait.
work it out, let me know. I'll come up.
what
with
happened?
Brennan asked for a sidebar. They went to sidebar, and then she told the jury to leave. And she's saying, work it out. If you can't work it out, then I'll take it up. See, she says it right here.
We can consider this at the charge conference.
So that she's talking about the motion they filed last night that we can read on the break.
So that's where we're at with that.
Now she says,
All
it.
right. Work it out. If you can't work it out, let me know. I'll come up before the jury.
All rise to the court, please.
There you go. And
So
we-
much for not
You're
having
alive.
all kinds of pauses for the jury today, right?
Yeah. Why don't you pull up that motion, the one where they asked for another curative on the issue of Hank's little game with the back of the shirt.
Oh, I did. Tracy, did you send that to me?
I thought you said she sent a couple motions.
Yeah, but they were the two that I went through was
Those were all
Commonwealth's opposition to defendant's post-trial. Nope, wrong. Let me see. It was, I got 716 and 717. 717 is a Commonwealth
they
motion
dated?
to exclude Rentschler, and then the other one was the one I was starting to read, which was the one that you said she got to yesterday, which was the opposition to the Commonwealth's motion to call.
Tracy's sending it now. Tracy's sending it now.
Thank you.
Amy's positive pathway says Bob flagpole base. I always thought maybe the hydrant, and how close is the flagpole to the hydrant? That's something a lot of people have said, and it seems like that would be a ridge, and they usually have some sort of
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a ridge. I mean, it's got that thick ridge that goes all the way around before like the cap of the
Right,
hydrant itself.
Are they flat or they're like sort of textured fire hydrants?
I mean, when you say textured, meaning do they have like the granularity type
Yeah.
thing? I mean,
Yes,
I don't know.
some do.
You want me to run out to one of our hydrants and take a picture?
Oh, I thought you were going to say and whack your head into it.
Oh,
No,
wow.
babe.
Wow. You
Rather
really
not
want me
that.
really want me to take one for the team? Huh? Wow. Do you
Uh,
want to back our SUV into me then too? And we're like really get the testing down.
Sammy Martin says, unleash the animal. All right, Tracy just sent it, Bay.
Okay. Let's see. Here it
And you can
is.
share it on your side, and I'll have my
Oh, good. She sent 719, 718.
my only fan playing in the background.
Okay, so they filed the motion to reconsider. He argued that, right? Which was excellent. And then, okay. Do you want me? I don't need to put it up. Do you want me to put it up?
No, not if it's short and you don't want to put it up.
It's 5 pages. I'll put
I don't
it
know.
up.
Some people like to follow along, Bay.
I'll throw it up. I'll toss you right up there. If they come back, just
Yeah, I got the fan. I'll be going in my background down here at the bottom of the screen.
okay. Okay, so this is
Lower up.
I think this is 719. Okay.
About the curative instruction?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Let me get scrolling going. Why isn't scrolling like the default? It's
I think
weird.
because you're on the web, not on the, aren't you? Or are you on the app?
All right, so defendant's motion for curative instruction regarding Exhibit 88 and the introduction into evidence of exhibits. Now comes Karen Reed and moves this honorable court to issue a curative instruction as set forth below to address the intentional misconduct of the Commonwealth which occurred before the jury and this court on June 9th of 2025 regarding Exhibit 88. And that is footnoted. Attached as Exhibit A is the recross examination of Dr. Wolf by Mr. Brennan and the redirect of Mr. Jackson. That is not an exact transcript produced by the court, but rather a transcription created by the defense to the best of their ability from recording available on YouTube, beginning at runtime 2 hours 31:17. This was created to offer context and clarity for all parties if necessary. Ms.
What are
Reed-
they watching? KJN 9? Huh.
Yeah, probably. Like, I doubt it's a talking head one. It's probably
Well,
like-
no, it's got to be just a regular. They can't do that.
Yeah. So Ms. Reed does not waive and hereby reserves all her rights asserted in her June 9th, 2025 motion in open court for a mistrial with prejudice. Thank you for doing that.
That's right. So again, that's because you don't want the appellate court to say, well, you made an alternative suggestion, so you waived it.
Right. So Ms. Reed respectfully submits that the instruction issued by the court on June 9th, 2025 was not curative or otherwise sufficient. Thank you. It's literally what my tweet said at the end of it. This was not sufficient. Okay, so this point is underscored when one reads the deep level of prejudice that exudes from the questioning of Dr. Wolf by Attorney Brennan, which is attached as Exhibit A. With this intentional misconduct being deeply and directly intertwined with the central issue in this case, whether or not an impact between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe even occurred. So Ms. Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial and due process compel the requested further curative instruction by Your Honor. The intentional misconduct of the Commonwealth also wrongly impugned the credibility and competency of defense witness Dr. Wolf by asserting that he did not properly account for the holes in the back of the sweatshirt and incorrectly posited to the jurors that the holes on the back of the hoodie sweatshirt of the decedent, Mr. O'Keefe, were caused by alleged events occurring on January 29 of 2022. See Exhibit A, especially the yellow highlighted text of Exhibit A, page 7, where Attorney Brennan appears to cut off Dr. Wolf from noting the holes on the back of the hoodie sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, were the subject of cutting. This must therefore must be part of the curative instruction. On June 9th, Your Honor initially proposed the following language outside the presence of the jury. Quote, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about the holes in the sweatshirt, and I instruct you that those holes were made by Ms. Hartnett during the course of her inspection and sampling on May 18th. Okay, and that's footnoted too. Attached as Exhibit B is a portion of the discussion between Your Honor and Mr. Alessi before the jurors returned. As with Exhibit A, this is not an exact transcript produced by the court, but was created by the defense for the same reasons and through the same video that is available on YouTube. Okay. So the court then instructed the jury with the following language. So, jurors, I instruct you that those holes were made by the criminalist Ms. Hartnett during the course of her inspection, the sampling of the sweatshirt. That's it. So proposed curative instruction. Ms. Reed respectfully proposes the following language to address the misconduct and its harm to Ms. Reed. During the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, falsely insinuating that those holes are sustained on January 29th of 2022 from a fall backwards. I instruct you that those holes were not present on January 29th, 2022. Those holes were made by by Maureen Hartnett, criminalist at the MSP Crime Lab, in the course of her inspection and sampling of the clothing on May 18th of 2023. Dr. Wolf correctly testified that those holes did not come from any alleged event on or about January 29th of 2022. Yesterday, the court agreed to enter into evidence and allow the defense to display triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple B. This has not been done yet. This information regarding the clippings from the crime lab still need to come into evidence and be displayed to the jury. It unequivocally establishes Maureen Hartnett cut clippings out of the gray hoodie sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, and that said damage was not from any alleged event on January 29th of 2022. So, conclusion for the foregoing reasons, Ms. Reed respectfully requests that this honorable court instruct the jury with the above proposed curative instruction in furtherance of Ms. Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial and due process, and enter exhibits triple Y, triple Z, quadruple A, and quadruple B into evidence. This is an inflection point for the trial and public confidence in the judicial system.
So my concern, and babe, I know you talked about your tweet, but when this was happening, I can't remember if I was on screen or just in the room, and you and I were saying they need to specifically ask for the curative instruction to say that it was misrepresented or misleading, like that they needed something more, but they didn't ask for that at the time. So now you've got this problem where the court can say, no, you waived it. You didn't ask for it at the time. But I think the workaround is that these other exhibits that you just read, triple Z, triple Y, whatever they are, haven't been put into evidence yet. And she would have a chance to give a new curative instruction when she introduces those, and it wouldn't be so out of place. So she could put those in by stipulation. The court is putting these things in, and tie it to a more detailed curative instruction. Now, being a little more even-handed, I think, scroll down to it, babe, and make it big again.
Okay. Well, she's going to take out the portion of, falsely insinuating those holes.
Right. But I think it could be incorrectly, but she could say incorrectly implying, right? That would be a little
address that it was improper for those.
Right. I agree. And if she doesn't want to go as far as saying falsely insinuating, which is what he did, which is absolutely what the fuck he did. Purposefully.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, this is, again, you have to play to your audience. And it's not horrible to, I would definitely have said, all right, you know what we're going to do? We're going to ask for one that says falsely insinuating. But then when we talk about it, we'll be like, all right. How about incorrectly implying, or something like that. Right. But did she, I wanted to go back.
Maybe even just mistakenly. I mean, I'll take anything.
Right. I would want incorrectly.
She's not going to do anything. Well, what's the distinction between mistakenly and incorrectly?
Well, because one implies a mistake and the other just implies it was incorrect. It was another word for false.
Maybe.
But I thought I heard some courtroom sound. I'm not sure.
Right.
But
keep your eye on that.
But no, I wanted to ask you one more thing about that. And you don't have to put it up. You can just look at it. Because what I remember, what she said in the courtroom before the jury came out was way more detailed than what she said when they came out. And that's what I was looking for. Did they put in what she had said? I thought they did, but in that motion, like what she said.
No, yes, they said. So Your Honor initially proposed. So that was the whole thing. So on June 9th, Your Honor initially proposed the following language outside of the presence of the jury. Quote, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about the holes in the sweatshirt, and I instruct you that those holes were made by Miss Hartnett.
Dr. Wolf stop and try to help the woman?
He didn't. He wasn't aware of it. He was a man on the move. He was way ahead of her.
Hard to miss.
Yeah. Allie's so sweet. She never takes joy in watching people trip and fall. Yeah, right.
I mean, so one time when we were at the Grateful Dead or
Dead and Co.
whichever Dead and Company or whatever version of the Dead is going around. They play at Wrigley Field. Our friends, we always get this Airbnb, literally right looking at the field. So there's like
Right
this,
across from Wrigley.
right,
like,
there's this
right
big crack
across.
in the sidewalk, and we all started. It was all so fun and games for a while, like everybody tripping. But then like somebody trips for real, and we're like, oh my gosh, someone's gonna get hurt, and then we're all like, we can't laugh, and now we need to worry. So yeah, there's a laughing to some point, but I just feel bad to, display her like this poor lady all over social media, just falling on her face,
I mean, look,
chasing after a married man down the street.
listen, it's kind of hilarious. I'm sorry. It just is. I think she's okay. So that makes it funny. Yeah, she did hit hard, but the elbows broke the fall.
I'm just
I don't
saying
think
it's
it was facing.
embarrassing. The whole thing's embarrassing, and I feel for her.
As far as that trip hazard, like I called that. I'm like, I pointed it out to all of you. I'm like, okay, because there was a curb. The curb
know.
wasn't the issue. There was an overhang on the sidewalk. And I told everybody, I'm like, this thing is a massive trip. Like when people are coming out fucked up from the show, I'm like, hundreds of people are going to go down on this thing. So our friend Jill sat out there with
I
her
was there
camera
too.
on, but
Oh, I don't
she was
remember that part.
filming it.
Oh boy.
So we got like so many people going down. Some people would catch themselves. A couple went full down. Yeah, I don't remember ever feeling bad. So
No,
I
we
mean, I feel
definitely
terrible.
did. You must not have been there for that.
I'm just a
Like the
terrible
little
person.
trips were funny. Like, up another one, like not
I'm just a
falling
terrible
over.
person. I'm just a terrible person.
Yes,
Like
you
I just
are.
thought it was hilarious. I think trips and falls are funny. That's all.
All right,
Unless
so-
somebody's like seriously injured, then obviously.
Mickey says, I thought Rentschler would be the best witness, but I think this doctor also would have been found right at the hydrant. He couldn't move. I also think it's this doctor. Also, he wouldn't have been found right at the hydrant. He couldn't move. Right. That's what you're saying too, babe, that it's like, how did he get all the way over there? I mean, I just think it proves like that the juror is going to be like, no one proved us shit. That's reasonable doubt. Oh, Georgie defined it for me because I was not sure about recalcitrant. Adjective, having an ostensibly uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline.
Obstinately.
Obstinately.
Yeah, uncooperative attitude towards
What did I say?
authority or discipline.
Objectively?
So
My mind
this
is
is you. Like recalcitrant is how you are defined. You
Oh,
have obstinately uncooperative attitude towards authority or discipline.
I would
mean
say,
that is the highest compliment possible. So
well, unless you're talking about
Allie,
like,
nobody's putting Allie in the corner, especially if you've got some kind of authority or perceived authority. She ain't having it.
but
I
Georgie
mean-
was actually defining Judge Canoni at that point with that words.
So
It can be when you put it to a judge or a witness, i.e., what were the Goody and what's his face, the obstinate assholes. They
Woody?
were who?
Did you say Woody?
Oh, Woody was an obstinate, amazing person.
Amazing.
Obstinately
I'm still
amazing.
waiting for the defense to call Woody from YSL. for
I
this
just want him to
trial.
testify at every trial.
Right, me
Find
too.
a place for him.
He's completely irrelevant as to what he's saying, but he's just that good.
Oh
yeah.
God. David James says, Bob, I have the same effect on women wherever. Bob and I. Oh, you, huh? Have the same
Hey,
effect on women wherever we go. It's tough, but us and Crash Daddy would be a great boy band.
agreed.
Wow.
Agreed.
And my man can sing.
Yeah, I could do it. I ain't afraid.
sing.
I ain't
Yeah,
afraid.
I'm not afraid.
Yeah.
put
I
this
mean,
back
we
up
all
so
love
people-
Woody. We all love
We
Woody.
all love Woody. So people have their security blanket.
I mean, if y'all didn't watch any of the YSL, just go onto the tubes and
And talk
and
about a
search for
judge.
Woody.
Right. And talk about a judge who wasn't afraid to call out the prosecution. All right. Well, it's either this many mistakes and you're all incompetent, but I'm telling you, this is risen to the level of intentional.
Well,
making
that
a
wasn't
great-
Glanville. Glanville, the original judge, was he was a state lackey, and then he
right, but
got
the new
he
judge.
recused himself. Yeah,
Right. And she made them go to training in the middle of trial.
yeah. Exactly.
Hi,
Oh,
Mandy
there's
in the
Mandy. Good
background there.
morning. Good morning, Mandy.
We're gonna need you to remove the first couple bars of Everlasting Love in the crash video and probably the arm today.
Yeah. Get cracking.
Thank you so much, and we love you.
She's so sweet. I hadn't seen her in the chat, so I know she was sleeping like a little angel.
Or she's got real life stuff going on with family. I
Yep.
don't,
Yep. Or both.
or both.
All right. I hear the children crawling in here. Small children crawling. Oh, wait. Where are you going with that bag?
What are they getting in?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me see the lay of the land over here.
Okay, go check them out. Everyone loves Woody. For sure. We've got Scout has her cousin here today. We brought home from the wedding. So Bob's trying to see what kind of mischief they're getting into. With love, Jada says, is that Scout over there or is that Gwen? I can't tell what I'm seeing. Oh, Scout and Gwen. I was like, my mind didn't even see you sitting there, Scout. Is Daddy there seeing this happening? With love, Jada says, shout out to Woody. He was, in fact, a certified, slightly reformed liar. That's true. Yes, Scout and Scarlet are one and the same. Scout is the nickname of Scarlet. So no, we don't have all S children. Giggle Glimmer says, if Bev waits till charging conference, isn't that too late? Won't that interfere with jury instruction agreement like last trial? Thanks, Allie and Bob. No, I think it would be fine because so much time's already passed at this point, and I don't think we're too far. Or I would say they shouldn't wait till jury instructions, and it should come before the end of the defense's case in chief. So in that sense, I do think it would be too late unless they're going to have their charging conference before the end of the state's case in chief, especially because they're asking for additional evidence to come in.
Mickey, you know nothing. Like how many? I'm doing a poll. How many of you guys in chat have no knowledge of the Delphi / Richard Allen case? Like I'm dying.
Or didn't follow it or have very limited
like
knowledge.
whatever, whatever level.
So put it in there like didn't follow or have minimal knowledge of.
Well, it didn't stream, so it's going to be, it's going to be a large number. So
we also have did the episodes get converted into a podcast, right? Or I can't remember.
These?
The Delphi, what we did during the trial, because those were like an hour or so updates, 2-hour updates.
An hour?
Or yeah, I guess a couple.
Yeah,
hours.
they were all a few hours. I'm curious to see this. I'd like you all to vote.
Oh, Christy, listen. Where'd she go?
Oh, we going?
I've got it live.
Is she up? Is she back on?
No,
oh,
I'm live.
I must be way back. All right. Okay, I started the poll. So we've got 1,400 plus in chat. Let's go. I want to see 1,400 votes. Like I'm always curious is like what stops people from just voting? Like maybe they don't have access to the screen, maybe they're not near the screen, maybe it's like on the TV. And then they're not voting. Aw, because Gwenny. Yeah, no, the whole story with Scout is I wanted to name
Jordy is the guy. So
and Allie told because Scout is from To Kill a Mockingbird. She's the little girl, strong female protagonist.
Right. So
I wanted you can, after I'm done, then you can add
Okay.
your thing. So I wanted to name her Scout, and Allie's like, nope, we're not doing that. So we stuck with, she's like we wanted a strong female protagonist. So
To be
obviously,
named after, because
yeah,
tell
Scarlett
them why.
O'Hara from,
No, but tell them why we wanted a female protagonist. Your grandmother.
yeah, Josephine.
So we wanted to name the baby after his grandmother. And in at least like the Jewish tradition is like you'd use the first letter of the name, but we were just like, all right, let's stick with female protagonist. So go ahead, babe.
So ultimately we were sitting around and we're like, okay, well, I think there was Scarlett, and there was another one.
Yeah, so when Scarlett was first thrown out, I'm like, nah, everyone's going to call my kid Scar. Absolutely not. And then I remember what we moved on to. Then Bob was suggesting Scout. And I'm like, absolutely not. And then I kind of
Scout
thought
was before Scarlett.
maybe it was before.
I got news for you. Scout was always my number one.
Right.
So.
And then at some point we tossed a couple names around. I was like, you know what? We could do Scarlett with the nickname Scout, and that marries it together perfectly. And that's what we did. And she goes mostly by Scout, except Courtney insists on calling her Scar. She's like, I'm not calling her Scout. So Courtney, our oldest.
Why? Why won't she call her Scout?
She just decided that she doesn't like it, and she likes Scar. So she calls her Scar, as does her husband now, and all her bridesmaids. But everyone else pretty much calls her Scout.
Yeah. Well, it's like, my like actual name is Robert, but like Bob is the nickname for that, which doesn't really, I don't know how they came up with Bob from Robert. I know the Rob part, like Rob would make sense. I don't know where they decided to throw a Bob in there, but so same concept. But yeah, I'd say 90% of people call Scarlett Scout. Like I only call her Scout unless she's in trouble. So she knows.
Got a new member. Read that one out and give her.
My daughter is Kathleen Scarlett from Gone with the Wind. Yes, that's where we pulled it. So
she's been a member for a month.
Aw, family hug. There you go. There you go.
How do you say her name?
Gwennon Garnett.
Gwennon,
yeah. Now there was another one other than Scarlett that was on the short list.
Yeah, I can't remember.
I can't remember who it was either at this point. So let's see.
Maybe someone else from Little Women.
You are unmuted.
Oh, here she comes.
We own.
Did y'all work it out? Double checking that we're live.
Counsel, why don't I see while the jury's coming in?
Mandy says, my youngest is Sawyer Boone because I wanted a Trailblazer name, but then everyone just asked me if I named him after Lost.
Oh, was it for Tom Sawyer? I wanted to name Scout Huckleberry. Really just from Val Kilmer's phenomenal role in Tombstone. We just got the little tin cup.
How'd your little thingy go?
What thingy?
You've got a poll going.
Oh, let me see. Okay, so 69% surprise. Let me see. I gotta see how many people have voted. 444 votes. So 1,000 people have not voted.
Well, we'll keep it going, but
yeah, I'm going to keep it going. 1,000 of you have not voted. So is that similar to not liking, just to be obstinate? I mean, like I get the people, like the people that like don't like us, that come and troll. Like I could see them not liking, but for people that like like the stream, like our show.
We see how many.
I'll
likes.
never understand why you don't hit the like button.
We might
I'll
have a
never
lot
get
of
it.
likes right now. We might have a lot. Let's see.
I don't know.
Let's see. I'll tell you.
Like, share, subscribe. So we've been like stuck on 49,000.
717. I just liked it because I
Oh,
haven't
thanks,
liked it
babe.
for. Oh, a bunch of people are all liking it while you're saying that. Good work, babe. Good work.
I mean, and let's go. Let's get the
Let's
subs.
go.
Like I can't believe we haven't passed 50 yet.
We're about
We've
to.
been at 49.3 for
Oh gosh.
like
Get your friends out there.
6 days.
I just take your friends' phones and be like, hey, I'm going to do this for you. And while you're at it, hop on Spotify and Apple Music and do it for the podcast.
Wait,
I did that when we first started.
Interrogation are you? You're talking
Richard
about
Allen's.
Richard Allen's.
When we first started the podcast, we'd go to like our concerts, and I'd take like all our friends' phones, and I'd be like, just give it to me here, and I'd just subscribe everybody's phone.
Yeah.
Just hand it to me. And when I go home, my older, like my aunts, they're like, do what now? Like, just give me the phone.
I think like a lot of it is like we're not great about reminding people to do it. Like when I watch like Peter and like Emily, they're constantly putting like they have the end in terms of the end of the show. They always have that last graphic.
You always
please
say
share, like, and subscribe. I don't always say it. There's many times I forget.
I don't think that's what's making a difference. People,
it does make a difference. You have to remind people. Like we should
we
have
will
it on the
see.
border.
Maybe we'll go over 50 today because all these people are going to be like, oh, let me hit that subscribe button. Oh,
Yeah.
It's free. Oh, okay. Done.
Yes.
Somebody said they hit it twice. If you hit it twice, you undid it once.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
Oh, gosh. Is this an x-ray?
Okay.
What is happening?
And we'll do that afterwards. Just please go ahead.
You see any x-rays?
I did.
What were the x-rays of?
The x-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were x-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
What?
Did you specifically review x-rays of his right
Good idea.
hand, forearm, arm?
Yes, they were included in the x-rays.
Have you seen x-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review?
Is this a fucking sick joke? Do you remember the cross-examination of, I think, Russell? Because I was like, oh, fuck, they didn't take x-rays. That does leave the possibility that there was a hairline fracture.
I do remember that. Yes. All right, go. I want to hear this.
Ah,
Been on break for 25
All right.
minutes. Let's
All
go.
right. Looped back.
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review x-rays to
Oh,
make a
absolutely.
determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the x-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes,
Are you trained on how to read x-rays?
yes,
You have to be a radiologist to read an x-ray as a medical doctor?
no,
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an x-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's x-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes,
Wow.
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
no bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the x-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
That's right, it was well,
Yes.
sure.
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks,
Correct, no breaks.
fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at the upper arm X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Do you note any defects in the bone structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
No, the bones were 100% intact.
Wow.
Wow, this is
Hairline fracture?
fucking
Correct, none
crazy.
of those.
This is fucking crazy.
In your mind, based on your review of those 3 X-rays, the hand, forearm, the arm, that arm has suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
What?
Was there any indication, based on your review and your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact. No breakage, no fractures.
Thank you.
Wow.
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 Examination.
Gosh, Hank, you're just a fucking liar. I mean, we all knew that, but
Good
Jesus.
afternoon, Dr. Lapisada.
6 minutes till the afternoon.
Oh,
Good afternoon.
God, I love her.
You wrote a report in this case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
oh God. Here we go.
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking
Yes,
at his
Henry
head injury?
to Hank.
That he was, I didn't understand. You had your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he
Yes.
suffered from,
Yes.
that caused his death.
Yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion.
She
Your
just-
words. Do
she
you have an
just said it.
opinion about thrust?
Hank, she
What
fucking
do you
just
mean
said.
thrust?
Did the forensic pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
May I approach?
Yes.
She just said that it could have been fell backwards or with force applied. That's
She's
thrust, Hank.
she's just fine.
Report, Dr. Laposada?
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question after we take it. But I want to.
Yes. Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
No, absolutely.
This sounds like improper impeachment or improper, trying to refresh or
So, Dr. Laposada, what did you
with the
mean
prior
when
consistent
you
statement.
described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head. So it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analysis.
If you can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
Can you tell if he was
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
they'll clear that up on
Yeah.
redirect. That could be just significant because he's 6 foot, whatever, 200 or
Right.
something.
Right.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different
Yes, Annie.
machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan,
Annie's
perhaps?
Dorothy, though.
Sure.
MRIs.
Yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if there radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain?
Well, they might.
Subdermal hemorrhages?
Subdural hemorrhages.
There you
They
go,
can.
Hank.
Um,
She'll get you
Do
each
you
time.
have any
Keep doing it.
doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think they're inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. Laposada, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going
Real
and
time.
opening somebody's skull and
Yeah.
treating the injury before the
Not
person
treating.
dies?
No, I'm not a
No.
neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
Hank, are you just being recalcitrant for no fucking reason? Because in this case, John O'Keefe was deceased. So the better person to talk about what the brain and the skin looks like from a head injury that causes death is Dr. Lapisada, who who examines deceased bodies, not your neurosurgeon who examines living bodies. They didn't have the same level of injury, hence they're alive. And the skin is different and the brain is different when it's breathing and living. So he's like literally making a point that goes against his own expert, but he's saying it like he's proving a really good point. It's exactly what he did with the fucking arm. That 9 point whatever instead of 11. Well, the 9 point was to be more conservative to you, because if I used the 11 something, he would have had even more injuries and your case would have been even more to shit. So, Hank, pull your head right out of your ass. Up, loop backwards.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at
No.
all
Just said no. No clinical.
where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to
Was
save
that
the
happening
person's
here,
life?
Hank?
I don't treat or diagnose
Objection,
living
asked,
patients.
and answers. Just
I
object.
understand, but as far as your
Object.
background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
Yeah, guess what, Hank? Your expert doesn't know
Observing a
shit.
brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable,
That's not what she's
or
doing.
whether the person will expire.
Oh my God, just
Do
object.
you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the
Objection,
step-by-step
fuckface.
process that they would undertake
That's not
To
what was
do what?
happening here.
to try to operate or save somebody from a head injury?
He was
from a brain
deceased.
injury?
Yes.
I'm going to
Fuckface.
allow it. 'cause
Oh.
of practice.
Oh, you're going to allow
Well,
it.
it depends on what the brain injury is.
Bias.
If you have head injury and you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other, it would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in and try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle
True
of the
lion.
brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain, because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
Can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So certainly a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient, and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
Agreed, Mickey.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back
Neuropathologist, and I'm blooping back, so don't worry. That's someone who is specializing in looking at a brain after they're dead, right? Because of the pathologist part.
Yes.
So he keeps making this point, and she's like, I'll allow it, when it's literally irrelevant because that's not what was going on here. And hopefully they're going to get into it right now, and when he probes her a little more, but it like makes me want to pull my hair out.
Neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
Neuropathologist.
And a neurosurgeon or a
Nope.
brain surgeon
No.
would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're focused on the brain, yes?
But I said
The
a
neurosurgeon
neuropathologist.
does brain surgery.
And so how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help?
Assisted the help?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the interns and residents.
Take that, Hank.
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
Maybe once a month we would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist that's dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Right.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot.
Jury today, and you said that you believe.
He's like, they keep using their witnesses to bolster their own witnesses. First of all, what is it every single witness does when you're going through their background and how many things did you, where'd you go to school? And, oh, you're bolstering your own witness. And then he uses every witness to try and bolster his witnesses, which is what the defense was saying, that they're like doing this weird burden shifting thing and underhandedly trying to undermine, but he's doing it wrong. But who knows if the juror's picking up on all of that? He's just pretending that his neurosurgeon was who she was using. Oh, well, you kept just like switching from 11.9 to 11. I'm going to go to you said neuropathologist. I'm just going to say neurosurgeon, but she put him in his place. So I think I blooped back. I'll do one more.
Opinion to the jury today. And you said that you had
like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
I missed it, DK. Glad you saw it.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And living people, Hank.
That people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved. Yes?
It's possible, but many are so.
This is outside of the scope. I don't know why she allowed it the first time. Keep objecting. Objection, fuckface. That's not what we're talking about here. This witness is not talking about that. She's not saying anything about whether he could or could not have been saved. But I guess when she says he would have died in 15 minutes, maybe that opens the door to this a little bit, I guess. So maybe I should reel myself in, but blooping back.
there's a chance they can be saved. Yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
And
Do
every
you
day,
think?
some people just die.
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously,
And
yes.
so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury
Thanks,
that
Jen.
night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries, but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Yeah.
Glasgow, you
You
mean?
know, it is Glasgow, but you've heard of Guzman?
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and die of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
Yes, Mickey.
Many people who suffer coup contre coup will go
What?
into a
Did he fuck that one up?
brain surgeon center.
Got that
and
one right.
Many of them pass after time, don't they?
Now, every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury.
It
Isn't that fair to say?
it depends on the case.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull. And there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries.
So, guys, I know I started like that's not what we're talking about here and getting all worked up. But when she says he would have died in 15 minutes, that is contradicting the evidence that the Commonwealth put on that he could have been saved. So that's why
Yeah, 100%. That's what he's
that's
doing.
relevant, right? But his other questions about like you need a neurosurgeon and got to look at them when they're alive, that's not what she did or said. So that kind of shit was complete bullshit. But I can see how he can get into this to a certain extent because she said he died almost, that he would have been dead in 15 minutes. So, all right, blooped backwards.
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup contre coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show? Have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have
depends.
you,
Okay, go ahead.
please? Did you want to?
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
And so in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective
She does.
criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Isn't that fair to say?
Let her give him to you.
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the herniate and the progression of the brain stem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
There you go,
You
Hank.
examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
Yes, she
Started
can.
immediately after impact.
And you can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his postmortem photos.
Yes.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was significant.
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
So I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment,
please.
ask the question, Mr. Brown.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For
She
you to
just
give
gave
that
it to you.
opinion, I'm asking you what objective information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and
And-
there's a lot of energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures,
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No,
How many
other
licks
objective
gets the center of a
criteria do you
Tootsie Roll
have?
bar? Tootsie Roll pop.
To support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
My training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries
It's going great.
and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
Hank's just taking it right up
But
the
you would
butt.
agree many do.
Depends on the case.
Not with these
And in this
injuries.
case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
No one did. He died.
I'm going to allow that.
Oh,
I
Lord.
wasn't there. The body told me what happened to it.
You had
There you go.
no
Beautiful
assessment
answer.
of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night. Do you?
Yeah,
I do, from
do.
understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the
Dropping.
compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
There was 17 minutes.
In order to
Right.
get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled and there's no, after injury, tissue swells and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Oh, I was thinking of the
Undoubtedly,
17
but it
minute
doesn't
drive.
tell you when
Sorry.
it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
You see inevitably because of the swelling, there's the suffocation, but when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed.
Yes, I
You
do.
can't tell that from an
Immediately
article.
after the injury.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures.
No!
You know, there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
You'd
Keep
be
asking her.
unable
Hank's going
to
to keep answering.
identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
No.
Well, I do know the amount of force because of the amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes,
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis,
yes.
and that's sometimes called raccoon eyes.
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photographs?
Well, it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in the person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries.
So
It
you-
starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes, you can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1 to 2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I do disagree with that. It starts immediately.
Do you have any studies that you've relied on or literature or support for that?
I understand the physiology of what happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And
Do you
it
have any-
it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies or literature to support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay. Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes,
You see a linear abrasion?
yes, vertical lines, yes.
Here
Now,
comes the
would
hat.
you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean a class? Every wound is different.
Every wound is different?
Sure, every person's different. Every way you get injured is different.
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound from your perspective can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say two people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
Of course.
In theory, if they fell, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
Just told.
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
Oh, okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound. didn't
Yes,
you?
yes.
The
Snow.
area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the
Objection.
lawn?
Yeah.
Objection,
Um,
fuckface.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs
Mhm.
of when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass. So it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you
Ha ha.
see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs.
Well,
Yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground where his head was?
She just
Can
described
you
it.
identify that?
Yes, they with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Huh?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks or impediments or bumps?
It
Thanks,
was a
Lori.
smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth the front lawn was a
It
smooth
was a
surface?
flat surface
Flat.
covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any
You said dirt.
pebbles, rocks, debris
I didn't see any.
from the photo?
Correct.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge that exact area where he
No,
ended,
Hank. I never went there
what the
and
turf was like.
dug
do
it
you?
up.
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body from.
So you're relying solely on the photographs. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything? that
Oh,
could
here you
cause
come, babe.
abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause the pattern.
The
Sorry.
area of the abrasions,
Sorry, Hank.
is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be?
Who knows?
Back of somebody's head?
It could be.
Could be. If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
If they're on an incline,
What if they're thrust?
well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
What if you fall backwards on flat ground?
No.
Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think the head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
And they're all within, what, about an inch?
What are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions,
There were maybe an inch and a half.
inch and a half. Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on the head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh,
If I'm a juror back there and I believe that this guy could have been hit by a vehicle, I'm still going with somebody after Karen left. He's out there looking, whatever. Somebody hit him and then dragged him up there to that spot. I mean, if they believe he was hit by a car and he smacked his head on the curb, who the hell put him up by the fire pole? You know?
All right, bloop it back because I'm dying to hear this tofu thing.
Yeah. Tofu.
She
Opined
is
that it was
fucking
caused
handing
by
him
the
his
brain.
ass.
handing him his ass, and he just keeps pushing, and she just keeps
She's the
very
best
sweetly,
witness in
very
the entire trial. She's
yeah,
fucking phenomenal.
she's an awesome witness.
The orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. It is soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of
Well,
it?
it depends on what kind of tofu you have.
Okay. Uh,
What is wrong with him?
do you
How
think
crass.
that the orbital could have broken when the
Could have.
break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
No, she just said that.
I don't understand your question.
Okay. When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye, when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact to the back of the head, radiating to the front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those. But in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front, but it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you've provided the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
But when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
It's the same
They're
thing.
both.
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay. Was there any depressed fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
You gave some opinions today about
Thanks, Lori G.
you gave some opinions about wounds
boring.
on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Maybe
Can
they'll
we have
wake
that
up
photo brought
now.
up, please?
Gotta take this photo out if they span over, man.
Definitely the photo.
Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify
Punctates.
in that
No
photograph?
punctures.
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas. You could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
You're gonna have to clear up that they're
I didn't
punctate.
count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
I what?
You wrote a report,
I did.
and in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration of the skin.
And according to you, there are many punctures in that wound.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
They were saying there's no
Can
punctures,
medical
but there's
Russell
punctates.
was.
professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by
Plastic.
having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south, or east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
I'm not quite clear on your
Okay,
question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass or broken plastic, there is no set direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would
Exactly,
depend on the
Jackie.
case and how those occurred.
It can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that
Right, Amy.
change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
That's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider
Neither do we, Hank.
the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Around the area of the body?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
We asked about those holes in her sweatshirt.
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
Right.
I'm
Good
sorry?
answer.
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you would find on a cell phone?
No,
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the
Scout's got
defendant's
20 bucks.
Lexus?
no, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Ha
So you
You're
didn't
muted.
care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already.
No, because it didn't hit him.
It did not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is
I
that
could,
a
by looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with a vehicle.
Is that
So
a-
whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
And so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Correct.
And did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
Why?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Oh, let's
Did you
give
consider
her a
the ones
Russell
that you
answer.
heard?
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I don't know what you'd have to give me an example.
She's so good.
Yeah.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe was first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
Yeah. Why you need to go tell Judge Bev you're getting your fucking ass kicked?
Right, because he wants to say there was an impact at 12:32 and he took 78 steps, but they cannot prove there was an impact at 12:32. Whenever he hit his
Judge,
head,
I'm getting my fucking ass handed to me right now. You want to give me a hand here?
Yeah.
Judge.
we need a
I mean, what the fuck's happening? Like, I need some help. Can't you see that?
lifeboat,
Oh
Life
man,
jacket,
she
life-
is
whatever it's called.
man. Like, what a fucking jewel. She is amazing. She is
Yeah.
so good. She is so good. She's like talk about unflappable. She is just handing
Unflappable.
him his ass. Like he cannot do his rapid fire shit with her.
No,
Like he is getting his ass
ass handed to him.
absolutely handed to him. It's
Yeah.
it's so beautiful.
Yep.
Man, what a witness. What a witness. And like real quickly before they get back, the concept that he put into evidence through Welcher, this bullshit that there were no x-rays done. And we're all kind of wondering, well, why didn't the defense call him on that? I think it's more effective the way they did it. He's unfurling these huge x-rays, Ajax is, and then goes up to her and has it. Like, I mean, like the jury has to be like, when you couple the holes in the back bullshit with the fact that he put in through Welcher that there were no full body x-rays taken, specifically of the extremities, and now they know that that was bullshit too. I mean, how can the jury trust anything that this man has said?
Nothing.
Seriously,
I agree.
how?
They fucking see it flat out right. The whole
Well,
thing.
and if Jackson doesn't fucking knock those two specific instances out of the park, I'm going to be super disappointed. He will, though. I have zero doubt.
Yeah.
Man, oh man. That she
Thank
is.
you, Yell We Shall.
Where was Laposada in the first trial? I mean, oh man, she is just something else. Like
And all that she can't talk about dog bite shit.
oh,
Woo!
medical mama. Woo. Shoo. That's her. He's completely off his game because of her.
Oh,
Make
both
no
went to
mistakes
highlight
about
that
it.
at the same time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like she's making him off his game. He cannot beat her. She's just like the corrections of the just everything about her is phenomenal. So she's so good. She's so good.
Oh, do we have any blooping? I don't think so.
Are we
Well, a
bloop?
little
Oh,
bit.
you got a little bloopers. Bloop 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 bloop. Oh no, what's happening? Lunch?
Oh,
Did she say something?
I'll go back.
Oh,
Yep.
I'm going to excuse you for lunch. Lunch will be about 50 minutes or an hour, and when you come back, we'll go straight through the afternoon. We're going to do everything we need to do now.
all right. What do you guys want to watch during lunch?
Well, they might have something in.
This witness.
Here we
So,
go.
Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you want to introduce through this witness.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense promoted Dr. Lapisada's credentials, including specifying her successes with the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. We have an audit from 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health. In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In that audit, they investigated chief medical examiner, and they compiled the history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. Laposada. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports of over 1,500.
Did you disclose this?
Wait, I want to hear it.
Between June 30th,
Of what?
2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended to, showing negligence, if not malfeasance. It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. Lapisada's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed that there was significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after Dr. Lapisada resigned. In addition, it was promoted that in the station nightclub fire, Dr. Lapisada had a heroic effort. And in her testimony, she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism for hours and hours after the station nightclub incident.
Did she say that?
With request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear. for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people is the same conduct she engaged in.
What year was this, Hank?
On a more extreme scale. She testified in Commonwealth versus Tompkins. In Commonwealth versus Tompkins, she was listed and testified as an expert, attempted to testify as an accident reconstructionist, which was denied. Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied.
We already discussed
Then
that one,
she
Hank.
testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript, when Dr. Lapisada gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility. Inevitably, on the credibility determination by the court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. Laposada for the reasons I addressed previously. The jury was justified in discounting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. That's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to,
That part.
and that's why I came sidebar rather than ambush, to give the court notice that I'd like to get into
But you're supposed to
criticisms
disclose this
regarding
stuff.
her run as medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500 bodies unattended or incomplete. Also get into the criticism she received for her handling or lack of handling of the station nightclub fire, and finally get into the credibility, adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case. So I'll need a copy of that.
Yes.
All right. Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all,
One's too old. Not even her. It's the entire department.
Mr. Brendan said that the audit established that as the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended, was his quote. Bodies unattended. That's absolutely not what happened.
Right.
In that
Sounds
situation.
absurd.
It's a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island came in and took over. He began to change protocols and cut quality control. He said he did not want a second set of eyes on any of the reports, not the autopsies. There was never a suggestion ever that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never. The reports that were attendant to the autopsies it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. Laposada put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner conducts the autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report, hundreds and hundreds of reports per year. In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, et cetera, found and unidentified, there's no litigation attendant to that report, she would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will. After, by the way, none of the reports were ever not done. They were all completed. There were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. Laposada herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director came in 2005, by the way, this is 25 years ago.
Thank you.
These are
That
autopsies
right there.
performed, and the audit was performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025. This is 25 years ago. When the new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster to get the reports out in a timely fashion. She resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed. I want the highest quality coming out of this office. They had a difference of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her, the new medical director was asking her to sacrifice quality of the conduct that she was undertaking as the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island.
She wasn't
So
going
it's
to
a
do it.
very different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were ever left unattended, ever. Certainly did not involve the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the Station nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case. The Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and she ain't saying.
I've excluded that part of it based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right. And I don't know anything about the Patino case. And what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were. We don't know what the trial was about. We don't know what the cross-examination was
Might be
about. We don't know
relevant,
why
though.
she was called. We don't know what she looked at. We don't know why she was looking at what she did look at. We don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at. We don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that. But I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. Lapisada personally, no fewer than 4 or 5 times.
Wow.
Maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications. He knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant.
I
So
think
I don't
that's
believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day.
all right. Just we'll rewind this. But if Hank was a prosecutor and the prosecutor's office had hired her, that would 100% get in. But you've got this weird dichotomy where, as a defense attorney, the voice that's speaking for the prosecution has hired that witness multiple times. This is something my brain has got, like, to wrap around. I don't know that it can come in. But it kind of should. I mean, you see what I'm saying? Like, if it was a
Yeah, I see
prosecution
what you're saying. Right.
all day, but your office hired them 5 times and you guys put them in front of a jury. It's but now it's like it should be allowed to get in, but it's different. But he is the prosecutor right now. He's the
Kristen,
special
Kristen with
prosecutor.
the spoiler alert.
Oh,
How far
boy.
behind are we?
Kristen.
I'm all about,
like
you know
30
what?
seconds.
Bring it.
All right,
Bring
let's
it
go.
in terms of letting him get all that shit in and let her explain it.
I mean, Patino maybe should get in. The rest of it shouldn't, but
She was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day, and she had an entire staff that was there immediately. And in terms of the audit, it's a 25-year-old political
Brennan
fight
did.
that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant for cross-examination. I'll submit.
All right.
I just want to make a note that Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. Laposada 4 or 5 times. And so that is just a mischaracterization.
How many times have you?
It's been more like 10.
I've used her 2 times, and the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose why I don't use her anymore.
So he said, he said, I've used her a few times. He's not talking in the microphone, but
But go back. I want to hear
just
this.
did.
Just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. Laposada 4 or 5 times.
Put the captions on.
Mischaracterization likes to do for the public, but the reality is
They are on.
I've used her a few times, and the last time I used her, I'm not going to disclose why I don't use her anymore because it'd be unfair without her in the room. But the suggestion that somehow I'm endorsing qualifications for this witness, I am not. That's what I'm going to say on the record.
Okay. So the first two, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the station nightclub fire, based on the testimony already in evidence. Those two areas, and Mr. Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go back and
Rehabilitate.
rehabilitate her.
Right, but then you're
those
going to
two
let
will
Hank
come in. I'm not
unhabilitate
going
her
to do
again?
anything with Tompkins because Jackson,
Sorry.
without leading, you can certainly go back and rehabilitate her. But those two will come in. I'm not going to do anything with Tompkins because I used it for the basis of keeping out what appeared to me to be
Accident reconstruction.
biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not qualified to do that. So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we get anywhere with that. Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well.
I will.
Okay,
He has a copy.
okay, so,
He has it.
all right,
Wait,
He has a copy.
okay, so, all right.
The only other thing, I don't know if you want to handle it now or after lunch or later, but I want to address the issue of the three.
Okay, so let's mark those now.
the issue of the debris, he said.
Can we mark them all as one, A, B, C?
I have no preference one way or the other. It's just three. They're all.
Mr. Jackson, if you can.
Oh, the x-rays.
Of course.
ID, yeah. Show me that.
Oh, I can't wait till they put Welcher back on with the x-rays and evidence.
Yeah.
I am not at all concerned about Brennan bringing that shit up at all.
Nah, she'll hold her own.
Hold her own. She's going to fucking like flamethrow him with it.
Shove it right back up his ass.
Quality over quantity all day. Oh yeah, sorry. And like his bullshit, like she left.
Mr. Brennan,
scoped out.
there is no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate
All right, and what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. Lapisada?
it's not part of the reporter opinion.
She relied on it. Stop, babe. We can't
All
hear it.
right, that's Mandy.
Oh,
Lapisada.
Rewind it.
I did. Shh.
She's gone beyond the report, talking about the fact that she's studying x-rays and giving an opinion. I think that suffices. It really, I think, is beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with.
No.
Be gracious with it. Stipulate these, I'm sure Dr. Wentz will utilize them.
So you'll stipulate to them prior to Dr. Rentschler?
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler?
I expected that I could because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. But I should be subject to the entry of evidence
Right.
in the defense case in chief.
Right.
I understand I can use it in Dr. Richard's testimony, but I want to use it with Dr. Laposada. She's a
Wrench-
medical doctor.
Would you,
Considered them.
Yeah.
This is her opinion. I cannot understand.
so what do you want?
Where's the captioning, babe?
Are these the actual?
I turned the captioning on. Okay, so there's no red line under here. They're off. I turn them on. It says English. Click for settings. I come over here. English. It's on. All right, off. I'll put it back on. Okay.
Thank you, mommy.
Try again.
You review. Yes, that's it.
Okay,
Huh?
okay.
I don't
So go ahead.
That's all he's going to ask. I won't have a problem.
Okay, yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, these are the x-rays that we talked about a little bit earlier. Yes, this is the right hand. Yes, that's the arm. Forearm. Yes, that's the upper arm.
All right, so they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put them in. All right, so the last thing is Dr. Rentschler, the I need to hear argument from both sides.
Now Welcher's
Um,
admitting he used
I
the
have a
X-rays.
new
So
PowerPoint.
confused.
So I'll hear both of you. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you on your motion.
We've received the most recent update to Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint. There are some additions, different analysis in that PowerPoint. This is within 24 hours of him testifying. There are opinions on page 6 and 8 of his May 7, 2025 report. And there are a number of numbers that we have objections to. Dr. Rentschler just generally shouldn't be allowed to express opinions and conclusions about what he thinks about the case or about other
All right,
witnesses.
so I'm looking, I think, at the new
Do you have a copy of the new one?
from today, page 6. So what I have are just photos with measurements, so I don't know what the testimony that corresponds with those. I've read, obviously, the report of Dr. Rentschler from May 7th. That does not seem to detail everything, and that's no criticism. I'm just saying it's a scant report, so I don't know what the opinions are.
I'm not criticizing
regarding
your
those.
witnesses. I'll just
I'm sorry.
save that for the defense.
Please.
I didn't want to speak over Mr. Brennan, I apologize. I just wanted to let the board know you got that out now. We went through, based on Mr. Brennan's discussions last night, and significantly edited the entire thing. Literally every single slide that you got a problem with. There were a couple that we just literally left, but it's very, very.
I see that a lot of the hearsay has been removed. I'm sorry? All right, so what are you both I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan first. What are you objecting to as the report now stands?
I have a most recent copy of the report now.
Yes, Lori. They better. They've heard it. They've heard all the Massachusetts case everybody's been citing.
So 9 through 27,
Slides 9 through 27 or pages?
slides 9 through 27 now have Dr. Rentschler identifying and attempting to match different abrasions with different holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. And so basically what he is trying to do is to suggest that there are a different amount of abrasions relative to the amount of holes, or perhaps he might want to testify about that the holes in the sweatshirt were in a different place on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasions. The reason why this is concerning is because there is no background for him regarding fabrics.
Yaha.
This is a different and new opinion that we have not prepared or obtained an expert for. We probably have very little time to get somebody to rebut this analysis regarding fabrics. I don't see anything in his CV or his history that allows him to equate the number of holes in fabric with the number of abrasions on somebody's arm. It doesn't
Eyes,
consider
Hank.
account that there could
Got
be
eyes?
multiple wounds from one hole, or there could be holes that don't create wounds. So whatever the implication is going to be by Dr. Rentschler, we're not very sure, but it obviously would require some type of expertise, which I do not think that Dr. Rentschler has a foundation for. So those are 9 through 27 generally, and then specifically, I can run through quickly the individual objections I have. Slide 6 tries to define the theory of the alleged incident. Doesn't say whose theory it is. It implies it's the government. It's an improper suggestion.
Hold on. Okay, so which one of 1, 2, and 3 on 6.
One is objectionable. What's the core issue of the case? It's an ultimate issue for the jury. An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not in a position to draw that opinion.
And is 2 okay? Or you move into the whole slide?
No, on number 6, all 3 of them shouldn't be there. Asking what the core issue is in the case. Dr. Rentschler and no expert should be defining what the core issues in the case are. They should talk about their training experience, any testing, observations, evaluation, and then give their opinions, not core issue in the case.
All right.
Slide 9 outlines perhaps his process. The first step of the analysis to determine if the arm injuries are consistent with the physical evidence. Evaluate the abrasions and compare the evidence. I suppose this is what he's done. This is one of the less offensive ones, although unnecessary. It doesn't provide an opinion. I could live with that. The next one,
You could live with what?
number 9.
Okay.
Number 23. Again, this gets into that new core opinion about trying to identify or, I think, compare the abrasions to the different wounds. I think the part that's objectionable is the words measurements, question mark. I'm not sure if it's implying failure of somebody else. It seems to be an opinion, and I'm not sure of the context of it. 24. The expert is trying to define what Dr. Welcher had done. It may be that he's saying he conducted his testing based on the position of Dr. Welcher's arm. I think that would be an appropriate comment, but it's not clear what they're saying. The pain transfer test, number 2, is the only test noted with respect to the arm.
So without the text, are you objecting to this
No.
slide?
No.
Okay.
31 posits questions regarding ultimate opinions. I think it's inappropriate. And then 32, I think, is improper because it ultimately endorses or vouches for the witness's credibility. I think he certainly can give an opinion that the evidence is inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, but I don't think it should be on the slide bolstering his opinion. 33. Again, it's posturing the weight of the evidence. And it's resigning the government to a particular study, one study. It's really a commentary on the government's case. It goes like this. Number 1, Dr. Welcher only did A, and second part, A is insufficient. So that's really what this is saying. It's commentary, it's hearsay, it's inappropriate. 34. I think if one said that that's what he did, I, Dr. Rentschler, took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's arm during the alleged incident and asked how would this arm move. I think that would be appropriate. But he shouldn't be giving an opinion on what steps should have been taken by Dr. Welcher. Number 2 on slide 34. And number 3, I don't have a problem with. The next one is 46. Again, this is bolstering the expert's opinion by putting it in writing on a slide. I think some of these opinions are appropriate for Dr. Renshaw to share with the jury, but his final ultimate opinion shouldn't be endorsed on a slide. 47. Again, this is self-endorsement of the success of his tests and giving his opinion about his success. Number 1 and 2, I think are inappropriate. Number 3 has really no context standing alone. And number 4, if he notes that's his next step, I wouldn't have a problem with number 4. Page, slide 54. Again, number 1 gets into his opinions.
Can you go 1.25 on this shit? Do we have any blooping?
Like about 10 seconds.
Number 2, he gives an opinion about a different expert, a
Sucks.
medical opinion. And number 3, it's again self-endorsement on his own opinions. So all these are opinions, either bolstering himself or somebody else's work. I don't think it should be in a slide. 55. I think it's accurate. I think it's proper testimony. I don't think it's proper for a slide. Same with 56. I don't know that he has the basis for number 1. Number 2, I don't have a problem with on slide 56. And number 3, again, it's bolstering his opinion. So I think 1 and 3 are improper too. Not. Slide 58. I don't know what the basis for number 1 is. I suppose we'll have to see. If these are Dr. Renshaw's views, I don't know how they're relevant to the Commonwealth's case, but certainly I think he has the experience to make these conclusions, but it shouldn't be in a PowerPoint. He shouldn't be commenting on the reports of another expert in a PowerPoint, number 3. And number 4 is ultimately an opinion that he's self-endorsing. 66. Again, it is an opinion. I don't think it's an admissible opinion, and it shouldn't be in a slide. We're trying to draw a conclusion on what the jury should conclude based on the Commonwealth's evidence. He's not in a position to do that. 67. Parts of this are objectionable. I think that he certainly could testify. He hasn't seen any simulation by Dr. Welcher, but posturing it about in a manner that suggests there should be doubt in some way is inappropriate. 68, I don't think Dr. Welcher's report was introduced, and putting in a fraction of a report, I can't appreciate the significance of it. It's hearsay. Perhaps there's a reason he'll be able to point to the report or talk about the report. I understand that, but putting in a random page from the report is hearsay. Should not be admissible. I don't know if there's going to be a conversation about trying to introduce the entire report, but one page will take it out of context. 72. I think the expert has a basis for the opinion. I don't think ultimate opinion should be in PowerPoint because it's self-endorsing. 74. Again, it's a conclusory opinion. It's bolstering. Some of these can be said, but shouldn't be in PowerPoints. Same thing with 75 and 76. They're ultimate conclusions. And so I'm not in agreement with all of the conclusions that the expert may try to introduce, but testifying about ultimate opinion and putting it on the board to self-endorse shouldn't be permitted.
I don't know why
Those
he's
are my objections.
everything they do is self-endorsing.
Okay. Ms. Little?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, but speaking of microphone,
There were no additions, just to be clear, the only changes that we made were directly in response to the objections that were filed by the Commonwealth. We did delete a large section, try to accommodate some of their concerns, as well as shorten some of the appendices. So those are the only changes. I just wanted to make clear, there are no additional With regards to slides 9 through 27, that was not one of the issues that was identified in Tom's motion. They objected to slide 9. There's half of the slides are not referenced.
I do agree. It's a new objection. I just don't know when there's an objection raised how a biomechanical engineer is qualified to testify to tears and clothing.
So this is a direct his testimony is going to be based on knowledge of forces and forces applied to certain objects and how that results in abuse.
And I understand that, but some of the specifics that he says, I'm just saying I had a concern, so I understand it's new.
I think that we'll be able to satisfy the court's concern by laying proper foundation.
All right, so we can come back to the fabric argument or whether it's beyond his scope of expertise. But actually, Ms. Little, if I can just ask you, and I can hear you later, as I assume everybody wants lunch and we're coming back in at about 20 of, quarter of at the latest. Can you just explain to me why these slides, if Dr. Rentschler is permitted to express these opinions, why we also need them on slides? That's the problem I have.
I think that's a great question, Your Honor. And the reason we didn't do these on slides is we objected to Dr. Wilkie coming out in our
So I looked at that yesterday.
copy of the specific opinion that's placed up on the screen with regard to his opinions and conclusions. That was done over the defense objection.
So which one? Because I did look last night at that and did not see it.
It's slide 136, Your Honor. The totality of the evidence.
Hold on one second. Is it a conclusion page?
I don't know.
Hold on.
But it's page 136. It's entitled Evidence Reflexes If Found Repeat. And it states the totality of the evidence consistent with the right rear corner of the base 2021 Lexus impacting the ground. And Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the first ground.
Okay.
Sounds like an opinion to me.
So that is different than what I said he could be asked on his ultimate question, right? But it still came in? Was there, I'm sorry?
Yes, I can understand.
Just going to believe Miss Little when she says it.
Right. Because what I did know is that I was very careful to say exactly what the ultimate question could be from Mr. Brennan. In fact, there were objections. I sustained them twice. So I wrote out exactly what could be said. And Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one and there was no objection. So I didn't remember that this came in. All right, so I will take a look at that. What I would like to do in the interest of time, so maybe we can talk about that in the conclusion page, but where he outlines everything else, there's so many pages with text that I may not have a problem with testimony regarding this, but why do we need testimony and text so much here?
This is just as the jury.
It's what?
This is just the jury. There is a significant amount of information that needs to be relayed.
Okay.
It's an 80-page PowerPoint. This is solely to make sure that this goes efficiently and accurately. I think it's helpful for we've narrowed down the text on the slide significantly. It's important to see those PowerPoints.
Okay.
Just to the bigger issues. I think we've streamlined this a lot, but I think having the PowerPoint will allow us to make this so smoothly and quickly.
All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. All right, we'll see everybody no later than quarter of.
Is
All right.
Eliza handling Rentschler?
Seems like it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Judge Bev loves her some Liza.
She does. When she says it came over objection, the judge just accepted it. Because they're, you know, like they're not making the objections at the time it's being offered. They got to renew those objections. I think that's what the judge is taking issue with.
All right, so I figured out what we're gonna do for lunch.
All right, but don't forget we only have
I know.
25 minutes. But she say 20
Wait,
of or quarter of?
25? Yeah, 35 minutes, I think.
She just said, wait, what did she say? We got to be back here at quarter of.
Quarter of.
Let me see.
All right. All right, we'll see those done during lunch. All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards. All right. All right, we'll see everybody no later than quarter of.
Quarter of.
Okay. All right. This is what we gonna do. This what we gonna do.
Openings?
Closings, baby. Let me hear we'll compare and contrast. We're a couple days away from closings.
Look the other way. Look the other way. 4 words that sum up the Commonwealth's entire case. 4 words that sum up the hopes of those who have tried to dispute.
Banner.
Conflicts of interest, doesn't matter. Just look the other way. Magic hairs, magic glass, look the other way. Late night calls and Google searches, falsified affidavits, inverted videos, and butt dials galore. Just look the other way. That's what they want. That's what they're counting on, but the uncontrovertible fact is you have been lied to in this courtroom. And your job is to make sure you don't ever, ever look the other way. Your singular duty is to stare down the evidence and do it unflinchingly and do it unwaveringly. You see, you're the only thing standing between Karen Reed and the tyranny of injustice. It's a job you didn't ask for, probably a job you didn't want, but it's the greatest responsibility we have as citizens.
All right, see y'all in 2 and 2.
Here in America, lest the government stop answering to us and we start answering to the government. And woe betide any one of us who might find ourselves in the crosshairs of a Michael Proctor. Preparing for today, I was reminded of a quote. It's a quote about the truth, and I want to share it with you. It is of great importance to set a resolution never to tell an untruth. There is no vice so mean, so pitiful, so contemptible, and those who permit themselves to tell a lie once find it much easier to do it a second time and a third. This falsehood of the tongue leads to that of the heart, and in time, it depraves all its good dispositions. What does that mean? It means that it's been observed that to tell an untruth, to exaggerate, to make a false claim, it's a cancer. One lie begets another, and it's a malignancy that grows over time. And that, folks, is how a cover-up is born. That's how a Massachusetts state trooper says in whispered tones to his friends when he thought no one was looking or listening, how he would make a case, how he would make it cut and dry, no matter the truth, how he would make sure to put, quote, serious charges on the girl. In other words, pin it on the girl. You may ask yourself, how does this happen? How could this happen? It's 2024. Surely people aren't going to come to this courtroom, this hall of justice, and lie to us, just give us false information. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't try to cover up the truth. The Alberts, the McCabe's, Higgins, Lank, Michael Proctor, Yuri Buchanan, Brian Tully. You don't have to wonder if they would lie to support their narrative. You need only wonder how many times they did lie. Over and over and over. They and others were caught deceiving you. Big things, small things. It didn't really matter. They feared nothing. They'll look you in the eye and deny phone calls. They'll deny secret meetings. They'll claim that calls are butt dials and butt dials are answered. They'll show you a video and tell you left is right and right is left. They'll magically turn 3 pieces of plastic into 5 right before your eyes. And even when they're caught with their own lies, they won't blink, they don't sweat. They'll just look you in the eye and demand, pay no attention. You folks look the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a cover-up in this case, plain and simple. You'll surely say to yourself, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe that can happen in our community. But sadly, over the past 8 weeks, you've seen it right before your eyes. So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Handpick your investigator. Make sure it's someone we know, someone on our side. Keep him close. Offer him help. Offer him a gift. Have secret friends and family meetings. Get your story straight. Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. Destroy your phones. Destroy your SIM card. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Don't document the logs. Don't create any logs whatsoever, and don't maintain a chain of custody. Keep all the evidence in the hands of one person and then manipulate that evidence, including videos. Don't turn over videos. Invert videos. Turn 4:16 p.m. into 5:30 p.m. in affidavits. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage. Hide personal relationships. Make this case cut and dry and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl. It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen right in front of you. But this sort of injustice can't happen in a vacuum. So what about the prosecution? What about the Commonwealth? What does it look like when the government picks a narrative and then tries to form a prosecution around the narrative instead of the other way around?
looks a lot like this. If you don't have actual evidence, just throw every single thing you can against the wall to see what sticks. Drag her through the mud and make sure you attack her character. And that's what you saw in this case. The Commonwealth spent much of their time and resources trying to vilify Karen Read. They desperately resorted to calling witnesses to talk about Karen Read and John O'Keefe's arguments. They even stooped so low as to call the children and put them through this ordeal. All to say that John sometimes got upset because Karen was too kind, too nice, spoiled them too much. Their arguments illustrated what anybody could imagine is a normal set of ups and downs for any couple. Even on January 28th, they talked it out, they communicated, they worked out their issues, and they had a nice, affectionate evening out with their friends. And you don't have to take my word for it. Pull the tape, as they say. Look at the videos. C.F. McCarthy, Waterfall. What are the words that every single person who testified in this case used about Karen Read and John O'Keefe that night? Getting along, no issues, good mood, happy, affectionate, even lovey-dovey. No issues, no toxicity. They were a loving couple right up into the time Karen Read dropped him off and he walked into 34 Fairview. If an argument with a loved one is a motive for murder, folks, we're all in trouble. Speaking of which, what is the evidence that John went into the house? The Commonwealth will tell you, undoubtedly, no, he never went in the house. And they'll point to certain witnesses who they say didn't see him go in. Well, the question you have to ask yourself is, can you rely on that? First, these are all people who are related to or committed to the Alberts in some way or another. That all-powerful Kenton family, it's easy to say, I didn't see something, because how can that really be challenged? Some actually may not have seen John walk into the house. They were in the kitchen, as you recall, from Nicole. Third, at least one witness, Brian Higgins, forgot his narrative, at least for a second, and he admitted a man did, in fact, come into the house, and when he was caught and asked to describe that man, he had to. It was a little bit vague. You remember what he said. He was tall, with dark hair. That was a telling slip of the tongue by Brian Higgins. But what's the real evidence of the unbiased data, the data that's not connected to the Albert family? How about John's Apple Health data? It shows that at 12:21 a.m., an important time, John arrived. That's established by the monotonic time clock that you heard about in this trial. It was on his phone, and that represents a huge problem for the Commonwealth. It shows that he took 80 steps and ascended or descended 3 flights of stairs at that time. And that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? It matches. Walks into the house, goes directly to the basement. There's your 80 steps and your descending flights of stairs. The big problem for the Commonwealth is he wasn't outside at the car ascending and descending stairs, wasn't climbing on top of the car. So they'll tell you, wait, don't look at the Apple Health data, look at this other thing called Waze. But Rick Green explained that if you apply the 3-minute offset that is built into that monatomic time, it aligns perfectly. They don't want you to see that. They don't want you to pay attention. They want you to look the other way. But even more importantly, at approximately 12:32 a.m., someone holding John's phone takes another 36 steps and travels 25 meters. Why is that so important? Because by 12:32 a.m., Karen Read was gone. She had already left the location. She left at 12:30. Trooper Garino told you that Karen Read's phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at what time? 12:36. It is undisputed in this case that it's a 6-minute drive on a good day from 34 Fairview over to One Meadows. She was gone by 12:30, and John's phone was taking 36 steps and logging 25 meters at 12:32 after she left. So don't be fooled. John walked into that house, after which Karen drove away, and the scientific data all prove it. But also, Ryan Nagel and Heather Maxson prove it. In addition to the Apple Health data, Ryan and Heather both independently testified that they passed Karen's SUV as they drove away after talking to Julie. And Karen was alone in the SUV. John was not with her. He wasn't in the car. He wasn't standing outside the car. He wasn't sitting beside the car. He wasn't laying on the ground beside the car. He was nowhere in sight. There's only one other place that John could have been, and that's in the house. Exactly where the Apple Health data places him. So it all fits. And Ryan was right behind her, remember, staring at her taillights, undamaged, brightly lit. That brings up another difficulty for the Commonwealth, and that's their star witness, Jennifer McCabe. You'll recall that Jennifer McCabe claimed that she was looking out the door, staring at that SUV over and over and over again from 12:29 to 12:50. She was very specific about that time frame. But we know that the SUV was gone from 34 Fairview by about 12:30. Had to be in order to connect to the Wi-Fi at 12:36. So unequivocally, Jennifer McCabe was lying about watching that SUV, and it makes you wonder why. And to add to that deceit, she was also blatantly lying about the calls to John's phone. You remember that colloquy back and forth. She said that every single one of those calls to John's phone during that time was a butt dial. How are those lies connected? And why are they connected? Jennifer McCabe knows. Was she butt dialing John over and over? Or was someone looking for John's phone that went missing? Let's talk for a second about what actually happened in the time leading up to everyone going to 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins show up drunk at the waterfall. They've been drinking in the afternoon. You know about the flirtatious texts that were sent between Karen Reed and Brian. Higgins was clearly pining over Karen, but for her, the flirtation had ran its course. It was done. She was happy and committed to John. You could see that in her actions with John that night. You don't have to guess. Brian Higgins, however, you can see in his actions, he wasn't quite so satisfied and he wasn't done. His text message, well, meaning, what the hell, Karen? What about me? Seemed aggressive, seemed annoyed. He didn't like being ignored. That was pretty clear. So he's 5 or 6 whiskeys deep into the night by this time, and she continued to ignore him. Then oddly, Higgins, who doesn't know John all that well, seems to want to coax John to 34 Fairview. I'll draw your attention to the waterfall tape if you want to take another look at it. It's at the 11:57 mark, between 11:57 and 11:58. Take a look at that tape. He's just about to leave. Higgins is just about to leave. He points over at John and he motions for him. Come on, come with me. And then at 12:20, he texts him, you coming here? This is a person he doesn't really know and didn't really talk to that entire night. Ask yourself, why was Higgins so insistent that John go to 34 Fairview that night? And then there's that sparring and fighting that he and Brian Albert were engaged in. Of all the things they could be doing, this is what they were doing just minutes before John O'Keefe walked into that house at 34 Fairview. We know that once John actually did walk in the door, it's about 2 steps, 4 feet or so, 2 steps for an adult male to reach that basement door. Remember, everybody was gathered in the kitchen. That's what Nicole Albert said. And every single witness agreed that at some point, Brian Higgins and Brian Albert left the group and went to another room. Where did they go? Where did they go together? Another important point. Chloe was not upstairs. Brian Albert slipped in one of his testimony that he provided. Quote, I was watching Chloe downstairs, monitoring her because of the other people in the house. She's not good with strangers. Remember that testimony. So what happened next? We absolutely know that John was in the house. The data, Ryan, Heather, they all established that. We know that John ascended or descended stairs. We know that Brian Higgins and Brian Albert excused themselves. How long does it take to have a crossword? How long does it take to have a fight? How long would it take for Brian Higgins to say to John, you know, your girl's been texting me. A push, a punch, a fall, pull Chloe off his arm, and now it's done. What was that? 5 seconds? 10? Doesn't take long at all. And then the panic sets in. It wasn't intended to go that far, but what's done is done. And then some very, very odd things start happening at the Albert household. Very odd indeed. What do we know? We know through the testimony and key swipes that Brian Higgins very oddly goes directly to Canton Police Department. Why would he do that? After a night of drinking and partying, why go to CPD when you're drunk? What was so important there? He couldn't even get his own story straight. First, he said it was administrative work. Then he said he was moving cars. Then he said it was a factor of both. Is it both? Was it neither? Or was he there to gather intel? Ask yourself, why go? But the odd things keep piling up, and here's another. Chloe was the Albert family pet. Not only did she appear to be gone from the house that morning on January 29th, nobody saw her there. Even Jim McCabe admitted, I didn't see her there. But they actually got rid of the dog altogether. Within months of this incident, the dog was gone, out of the house, rehomed, never to be seen again. This was a dog they had had for 7 years. Also a dog who had a bite history. Why was it so important to get rid of that dog? Was there something about the dog they did not want law enforcement to find out? Recall what Dr. Russell said. She's seen up to 1,000 animal attacks. In her expert opinion, John's right arm, those injuries are from an animal, quote, most likely a large dog. And Dr. Russell's testimony, I'll remind you, was undisputed by any witness for the Commonwealth. But there are more odd, unexplained things. After a night of drinking and hanging out and partying, after being together for the entire day at 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert decides to call Brian Higgins. That call was missed. 17 seconds later, Higgins calls Brian back, and they speak for 22 seconds. Now, that call is odd and suspicious enough, in just in and of itself, the fact that the call was made. But what's even more incriminating is that both men, both of them, lied about the calls happening. They both claim astonishingly that those calls are, you probably say it with me, they're butt dials. Amazing. But Albert and Higgins take it a step further. Not only did they claim that they were making calls as butt dials, but they were answering calls as butt dials. And Higgins seemed awfully defensive about that call, didn't he? Remember on cross-examination when I was asking him, can you have a conversation in 22 seconds? He unequivocally said, no, that's impossible. It's not reasonable. You can't do it. Well, let's test that out. Hey, did you make it over to Canton? Yep. Haven't been any calls. Nobody knows a thing. All right, don't talk to anybody until we talk again. Okay, fine. And by the way, come back over. I need help moving something heavy. How long did that take? 15 seconds? Maybe? But the odd behavior isn't done yet. 5 minutes after that call that we just talked about, Jennifer McCabe is on her phone at her house, Google searching how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. That was at 2:27 a.m. That timeline seems to fit, doesn't it? And it fits a very telling and a very clear story. That search became a focal point of the Commonwealth's entire case. This case was starting to look a lot more like the defense of Jennifer McCabe than anything else. And that's probably because there is no innocent explanation for that Google search at 2:27 a.m. None. At the end of the day, clearing away all the confusion of the Commonwealth's experts, we're left with two things that are true. First, neither of their experts could absolutely rule out that Jennifer McCabe made that search at 2:27 a.m. Neither. And second, the only person to use the actual phone model, the actual data, and the actual precise operating system was Rick Green. And he was clear. That search was at or before 2:27 a.m. And then it was deleted. So what else was going on at or around this same time when all this suspicious activity was happening at the Albert house and the McCabe house? 3 minutes after that search and 8 minutes after the Albert Higgins 2:22 a.m. call, Brian Loughran drives down the street in his snowplow. And he told you that there is no body laying on the lawn at 34 Fairview at 2:30 in the morning. Importantly, he didn't just simply say he didn't see a body, he wasn't paying attention. He said there was no body there. He knows the property, he knows the owners, he's grown up with these folks, he passes by all the time, not once, not twice, 3 passes. There was nobody on that lawn, period, at 2:30 a.m. And one other suspicious thing happened that night. By 3:30 a.m., someone moved a Ford Edge in front of the very area that would obstruct the view of where John's body would ultimately be discovered. Who's the only person in this case that you've heard about with a Ford Edge? Brian Albert. Remember, as you're thinking about this, the basement at 34 Fairview is serviced by a bulkhead. It's a quick and convenient door to the backyard. And that backyard is serviced by a side fence. And that side fence is easily accessible to the front yard at the side of the house. Which side of the house? The side where John's body was found. And by 6 a.m., John's body was, in fact, now outside. While this flurry of suspicious activity was going on with the Alberts and the McCabe's, what's happening with Karen? All she knows at this point, think about it, at approximately 2:21, she dropped off John, he walked into 34 Fairview, and that's all she knows. She knows nothing else that was going on. So what was she left to think? He goes in to check the party out, but all of a sudden he's not coming back, he's not responding, minutes start to pass, 1 minute turns to 2, 2 turn to 10. Where is he? Why isn't he responding? She's sitting in the cold, dark, freezing outside in the car. Naturally, she's perturbed. Being perturbed turns into being peeved. And being peeved eventually turns into being pissed. By 12:30, Karen's mad. She's left 34 Fairview to make a point, but she's still texting and calling. What could she reasonably be thinking at this point? What's going through her mind? 12:33 turns into 12:34. I can't believe you do this to me. 12:34 turns into 12:35. Where is he? Why aren't you answering, John? 12:35 turns to 12:36. Jesus Christ. I'm calling and you're not answering. Where are you? Pick up the phone. But there's still no answer. There's still no response. By 12:37, she's getting furious. She does not know that something has happened to John. She does not know that. So she leaves the first angry voicemail. Illustrates frustration, aggravation, all the normal responses anybody might have. You and I might have. But little did she know. The next open voicemail has Karen parking at John's garage after she gets home. You can hear her heels clicking across the garage floor. For all she knows at this point, John's just drunk, he's been partying, he's hanging out, just forgot about her, blowing her off. But John's still not responding, and as the minutes tick by, Karen becomes increasingly upset. Those are the voicemails that you heard. How could he do this? Why is he ignoring me? Why is he ignoring the kids? Those are the thoughts bearing down on Karen Reed as she sat in an empty house late at night by herself. Ladies and gentlemen, she did not know what had happened to John. But within the next voicemail, you quickly learn what she was thinking. and what she was feeling. Now it's 5:23 a.m. She's woken up. She's realized that he hasn't come home and he hasn't responded to a single text, not a single call. And anger quickly turns to panic and abject fear. She's so distraught, she reaches out to him again. John, where the fuck are you? She says through tears and desperation. And at 6:03, the question was answered and her worst fears were realized when she finds his body laying, dying in the cold in Brian Albert's front yard. You heard her. You can feel the grief. You can feel the raw anguish. You can see it. You don't have to wonder the emotional journey that Karen traveled that night. You can see it in the video. You can hear it in the audio. From the time he left her and walked into 34 Fairview and she called, she reached out 53 times. She called him 53 times before finding his body. Think about that. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that she murdered this man. And then after that murder, she called him not once, not twice, 53 times. It makes no sense. What does make sense is that she emotionally moved from anger, then to panic, then to grief. So back at 5:07, when she began her search looking for John, she backed out of the garage, and what would happen next would change the entire course of this case. As she backed out of that garage, she hit John's traverse and cracked her right rear taillight. Folks, the Commonwealth has one job to do in this courtroom. It's an immutable responsibility to provide you with the truth. That's it. Not to win the case, but to seek justice and to do it through the truth. Ask yourself, did you get that truth from the Commonwealth? The Commonwealth continually tried to tell you that that video showed that the SUV came close to John's traverse, and it took us showing you the video to unequivocally establish that Karen hit that car and cracked her taillight at 5:07. You can almost hear an audible gasp in the courtroom when we finally showed you the actual video. You can see that tire move. I'm only going to show you one series of exhibits during my entire closing, but it's that important. And it's this. Look at the condition of her taillight when she pulls out of the driveway at 5:07. That taillight, and I'm going to choose my words very carefully here. That taillight is cracked, but it's not completely damaged. And if there was any question in your mind about the level of damage to that taillight at 5:07, all doubt was extinguished. When Dighton Police Officer Barrows walked into this courtroom, he's a sworn officer. He's not associated with Kenton. He's not associated with the Alberts. He's not associated with the McCabe's. He doesn't know Michael Proctor. In other words, he doesn't answer to any of these folks. He's an outsider and he's completely independent. And his words were the following, quote, "That taillight was not completely damaged. It was cracked. A piece was missing, but not completely damaged." Take a look at this photograph and tell me, which one looks like Officer Barrows' description? The one on the left or the one on the right? The reconstructed light on the left is what that light looked like before it was in Trooper Proctor's possession. Remember that. That's what it looked like before Trooper Proctor had access to the SUV. And you have an independent police officer telling you so. You'll recall that after John's body was discovered, Blank, a very good friend of the Alberts, walked into Brian Albert's house and had an off-the-record meeting with him. No one's ever going to know exactly what that meeting was about, what they discussed, because that interview, like everything else in this case, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't memorialized. But we do know that shortly thereafter, the Canton Police Department was recused from the matter entirely. And the case was assigned to one Michael Proctor. You have to believe that when the Alberts found that out, they thought they hit the lottery. They thought they hit the lottery. What are the chances? The department where my brother works, that would have been great to investigate this case, but that department's been recused. That's tough luck. But the guy who catches the case is Michael Proctor, a guy we go back with for decades. At such a break, they probably thought, when this is over, we need to get that dude a gift. Oh, wait a minute. They didn't think that. They said it out loud. But still, you've got to imagine that the Alberts had to be stressed, what with that whole thing about a dead body being on their lawn. That might get some attention. And they had to be wondering, will he set up a crime scene? Is he going to come into the house? Is he going to search the house? Is he going to send in a forensics team? Is he going to interview witnesses? Is he going to take us to the station? Will he take our phones? Will he look at our communications? Will he look at our Google searches? Will he look at our early morning phone calls? Is he going to look in the basement? And Michael Proctor answered every single one of those questions resoundingly. Nope. He's a Boston cop too. And with that, Michael Proctor didn't draw a thin blue line. He erected a tall blue wall. A wall that you can't scale. A wall that Karen Reed certainly couldn't get over. A wall between us and them. A place you folks are not invited. We protect our own. It's us or it's them. And by the way, who's she after all? Nobody. An outsider. This is going to be easy. or so they thought. Let's look at what Michael Proctor actually did and did not do in this case. One of the consistent issues that's come up throughout this trial is how evidence always seems to be changing and evolving when in Michael Proctor's hands or somebody in his orbit. If it happens once, let's chalk it up to a mistake. Twice, it's starting to look a little bit like incompetence. If that happens every single time, it becomes intentional, which means it becomes corruption. The defense spent some time, we spent some time discussing the tow time that Michael Proctor swore to in affidavits. There was a reason that we believed it was so important, and I want to talk about that for just a quick second. Because this was a concerted effort by Michael Proctor to falsify the time the car was seized, so that no one would know that he actually had possession of the car before the first pieces of taillight were ever discovered at the scene. But he got caught. And when he did, the best he could come up with was it was a typo. Like a dozen times, a typo. You'll remember what that testimony was. The truth is that car was in Michael Proctor's possession from about 4:12 in the afternoon. He said it was 4:16 when he finally had to tell the truth or some version of the truth. Those first pieces of taillight were not found until after 5:45 p.m. That is the very fact that Michael Proctor was trying to hide by those falsified affidavits, saying he didn't seize the car until 5:30. But that wasn't Michael Proctor's only manipulation of the investigation. What about Brian Lochran? You met him. Michael Proctor did his level best to not just hide evidence, but to hide human beings from you and from us. Michael Proctor was informed that the plow drivers were out that night. There would be a witness, potentially along 34 Fairview, at the exact times in question. Even Michael Trotta expressly told Michael Proctor that 34 Fairview had in fact been plowed that morning, and by whom. Proctor not only did not interview Brian Lochran, he never disclosed his name in a single report. He hid him. This is a witness who was literally on 34 Fairview at the time in question where a body was found on the lawn. Wouldn't you want to get the truth from an eyewitness? Wouldn't you want to seek that out? Not if you're Michael Proctor, a close friend of the Alberts. If it were up to Proctor, he literally never would have heard of or from Brian Lochran. That's a scary prospect. I want to touch briefly on the additional physical evidence, or some additional physical evidence presented by the Commonwealth in this case. You'll recall Christina Hanley. She established to a scientific certainty that the glass on the bumper, which was told to you in opening statement, was going to have something to do with this case. The glass on the bumper was going to match that cocktail glass. She told you unequivocally the glass on the bumper did not match the cocktail glass. They came from two different sources. The glass on the bumper has nothing to do with the cocktail glass. So that glass on the bumper had to get there somehow. It didn't get there by being broken from the cocktail glass. See the point? It had to get on the bumper somehow. It didn't jump up there by itself. And what's really interesting is that there was one piece on the bumper, only one, that matched something else in the case. It was a perfect match to a piece of glass that was supposedly found at the scene. Who do you think had possession of that matching glass? Michael Proctor. So the glass on the bumper had to be placed there. And the only person who had anything close to matching the pieces that had to be placed there is Michael Proctor. You do the math.
You are unmuted.
Back to session, you may be seated.
All right, the jury is coming over. I just wanted to tell you what I was able to do during the lunch break. So, Mr. Brennan, you argued for 4 points of admission regarding this witness. I'll allow in 1 and 2. I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one, the case. I'm not going to let you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar. All right, and also I had a chance to look at the actual exhibit regarding what came into evidence from Dr. Welcher and Ms. Little. Contrary to what you said and what Mr. Alessi was nodding to, page 136 did not come into evidence. It's a blank page. So that PowerPoint did not come in. I had a chance to look at Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint. And at least for now, maybe you can persuade me otherwise. Any text that has hearsay on it that you say will help assist the jury, what I want to say is I think we have to give the jury some credit here, okay? They have been listening to this case intently for weeks. I don't find that anything that you've recommended here comes in to assist the jury is necessary to assist the jury. So before Dr. Rentschler testifies, those slides that were objected to that have text are out.
Can I have a moment just to examine the Dr. Welcher PowerPoint?
No, not right now. You can look at it, yes. You can look at it while we're bringing the jury in.
Okay, because we have 4 copies of the PowerPoint, and I know that I'd like to be able to. 137 is the report. So
Mr. Alessi, please.
Ask the goddamn clerk. She has a checklist of everything that's coming in exhibit wise. What the fuck is going on?
136, 137, and 138 are all blacked out. All right, the jurors on their way, right? Okay.
I think that's Dr. Laposada. I think she's back on the stand.
Tori?
Please rise for the jury. Please rise for the
What are you doing?
Took over.
Wow, that's fucking bullshit. That's fucking bullshit.
I've been off for 2 days.
Oh, bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Plus your captions aren't working.
Were yours working?
I'm about to find out.
All right. Well, we're going to switch them right now. I'm putting you
I'll
back
tell
up.
you right now. If
There,
mine
you're
are
back on.
working,
You're back
I'm
on.
baby. I'm on.
Yours are working?
I don't know.
Mm.
I'm about to find it out.
Well,
Mine are working like a fucking. Shit's working like a million bucks. See that
Right.
shit.
Mr. Brennan, whenever, I'm sorry.
Woo. Little caption.
All right, you win. I don't know why my captions aren't working.
Woo, Bobby win.
Good afternoon, Dr. Laposada.
Good afternoon.
Are you on point now?
You are.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner.
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, four or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes,
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
yes, I have.
And coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that as a medical examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good, but in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes,
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you would look at it and study it and consider it in
You
differential
said that.
diagnosis?
But it was
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if
Well,
you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
Okay. And the last time you took physics was probably, what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering.
No, I'm not a biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of
Okay.
all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours, there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There was,
I'm going to allow it in a different.
yeah, that's incorrect.
Hold on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you. Just-
Oh. Okay.
Hold on for a second.
Okay.
Asking
He's
for
so sweet.
Rennie, please.
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's get it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours, officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just bullshit. No, it was cronyous stuff.
She's like, I can't say
other
bullshit,
criticisms
erroneous.
in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years. which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Did you resign shortly after the audits and criticism?
No.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
Okay. After you resigned, you opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much of your business, how much of your income is consulting?
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
Maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time.
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr. Lapisada, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please.
All right, here's another thing that has to get taken out.
Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. Lapisada, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground, perhaps?
No.
No, an object?
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
No, he's more closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And
7 foot.
that
Yeah, giant.
spoiler on the Lexus. Do you know how high off the ground that is?
No.
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
No, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
That's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut. It's a scratch.
Is there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side? Please. And that you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing like a knife, and a scratch is made by
Pointy thing.
something that's kind of rounded that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Okay. Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch was on the left side?
Looks to be, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
If my memory serves me, there is a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side? And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
She didn't say that.
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object,
Would
like a sharp object, like it's not
Can
an
you take that down, please?
incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you remove something, there may be some superficial blood, but it's not going to have blood flow because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if they've passed.
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
Well, that's
I
interesting.
just want to ask you a very few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees.
Yes.
And there's different ways to take somebody's or body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature for a medical diagnosis.
98.6 is an important temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And so is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically, you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got to the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance?
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
I see. And so inevitably, at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
So that is a drop from the standard or what's expected of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
Yes.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
Oh my God,
No.
Hank, you're making up a time though. If he was
If
impacted,
there's no
then he
movement,
moved.
assume for a second there's no movement of Mr. O'Keefe after 12:32:16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour.
In a dead body.
Okay. In a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
Right. So if someone is in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second.
All
They're in the
right.
snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
Well,
Duh.
losing body temperature makes you hypothermic.
You
Thermic is
jackass.
temperature and hypo means below.
What a stupid
So your
fucking
temperature
question.
goes down and you're hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. The body temperature could drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within
No.
5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. Lapisada?
No.
Oh,
Because
Yeah.
someone can
The defense doesn't have him out
drop
there
4
for
degrees of
5.5
body
hours.
temperature in an hour.
A dead body.
Yes. It would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to
There you
80.
go.
Yes.
Correct, yes. So he was exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate. So they'd lose 3 degrees. And then after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees, that would still be consistent with a drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees,
No.
to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No.
No, you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then die, and then continue to lose body temperature. Is that possible?
Anything's possible. It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far as your medical opinion,
So sustained, and I'll strike that.
as far as
Dr.
your,
Laposada,
Yes.
could you listen to the question, please?
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
as far as your medical experience, could somebody
Why'd you put that on Dr. Lamasada?
be alive outside in the cold below 32 degrees, not moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure.
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
Sure.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr. O'Keefe. And at one point you said that his injury was inconsistent with a taillight. And you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No.
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue of a bumper as part of your equation, that the injury to Mr. O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
He has no injuries on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Lapisada, have you seen this video before?
It's Arca's video.
No.
Ooh, that leg under the tire.
The
Ouch.
shoe come off?
No, she's
Oh.
still on.
Thank you. You can take that
Oh,
down.
he's
Did you
doing a
see anything
pirouette,
in
though.
that
I'll tell
video
you that much. He's pirouetting his ass off.
that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
Rescue Randy.
I need to see
Rescue
that again. I
Randy.
didn't see that the first time.
What? That his foot got run over?
No, the whole
Pirouetting?
thing. Like what?
Pirouette?
Where was he just standing when that happened? Was he hit by the taillight when it started?
Well, the taillight hit the arm.
And then his foot, but he's
Well, the front tire ran over his foot.
mm,
Hank's trying to say that it's because he was being held in place by a forklift or a crane.
well, I mean, who knows? He is being held in place.
Right.
But but that's not, that was for the damage to the taillight, not the damage to the body. He can't use this for that.
That's why Alan objected.
They're just trying to ascertain whether or not hitting an arm can break the taillight.
I
So
like, right. And I don't give a shit. I mean, she's going to answer that there would be massive bruising on the arm. Like it's yeah. So she handled Hank trying to flamethrow her career like a fucking champion, just like I knew she would.
Yeah.
I mean, like he moved on. Like he couldn't even
Right.
make a point
Couldn't
on
even
that
get,
shit.
no.
He
got
got like
nothing.
he got no traction,
Looked like a fool.
spinning his wheels.
Mhm. In the snow.
Yeah, I mean, she's just beating his ass. He's riding him like a rented mule.
Yep.
That's what's happening.
Stephanie says, I can't get over Hank's zero self-awareness. This has to be a joke. I mean, it's like legit, for real. I hear you, Stephanie. I feel you. I hear you. Just Jim says 637 minutes, 4 hours, puts us damn close to 227 when a random search was made. How long till Hank is unemployed? Nice. Nice. Liz thought that Dr. LP's breathing was Mandy fucking with us because there was humming or something when Bev came to the bench too. Nah, it sounds like that's her breathing. Thanks, Shaka K, Shaka Khan, Shaka K.
Shaka Khan, baby.
And Idiot Wind.
Idiot?
Idiot Wind. Sorry.
Idiot Wind. All right.
I was, half gonna say because then I saw Defense Diaries, but that's just you.
That's just me.
Mm-hmm.
Give until it hurts. Larisha, I got your email. Like I don't know. I mean, gifting memberships is obviously on because people are doing it. Like, I don't know that it's like an individual thing. I certainly wouldn't be turning it off for anybody. Yeah, I don't want that person to be able to gift.
No gift.
No gifts for you.
We hate
tactile, but what I'll do is I'll reach out. I'll reach out to YouTube and find out what that issue might be. Because it sounds like they need to hear from us. Let's see. Earn. All right, gifts. So gifts are on. Super chat, super stickers, super thanks. Those are all on. Memberships.
Hmm.
Let's see. Okay, for you, remember. Yeah, I'll have to hit him up and see what's up.
So when we're talking about Steve, we're talking about publicly buzzed Steve's dog?
Yeah, who else do you think we were talking
I don't know,
about?
it said gypsy or something. I didn't know what that meant.
That's Steve's dog.
Oh, that's the name of his dog.
Yeah, his dog passed.
Oh, that's rough. I didn't even know that he was trying to do that.
All right, so jurors, I am going to strike the last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right.
Dr. Lapisada, after you received materials, did you ever ask for any additional materials?
Let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness investigate and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
That was newer?
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur in the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposata.
He's done.
Yes.
Dr.
Okay,
Lapisada,
hold on one second. jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness. Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
May I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposada, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes,
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold?
absolutely.
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly?
AK the garage. Yeah, I mean, the one thing that I'll say, Dr. Lapisada, I mean, in terms of the raccoon eyes, pretty much completely destroyed the concept that John was punched in the eyeballs. So, I mean, like you start to see once they get their witnesses on why certain things didn't happen in the second trial. Let's see what we got here. So I imagine what's going on at this point with respect to it can't be the X-ray issue. I mean so what that was about was they were introduced and they were marked for identification, which is different. I've explained this to you guys before. That is a different thing than it being admitted into evidence. So I think those are going to get admitted through Rentschler. So I don't think that's what they're over there chatting about. It's whatever AJ is intending to get into. Huh? Allie's screaming down there. I thought, then what was that instruction that Canoni just gave? She just gave an instruction. Yeah, I mean, look, that's what summation is for. You know, I mean, that's absolutely what summation is for. Yeah, so much for not having lengthy sidebars. Yeah, don't worry, Larissa. I'm gonna check with YouTube and see what the deal is. Because I don't have an answer independently. I have no clue why that would be an issue, why some people could do it and others can't. I know in terms of joining, as a member, that if you're on an iPhone, because Apple and YouTube don't play well together, that some people just don't get that button. Like they don't have it on their iPhone. So that's, you know, you got to go to a computer or a Droid. Like it's just like that's an Apple YouTube thing. But as far as gifting, I'm gonna have to reach out to YouTube. So it says you can't gift memberships through your phone app either. Well, there's the answer. Through your iPhone, right? Stephanie says, Bob, will the defense get to bring up Hank misleading the jury and try to discredit Wolf in closing? I mean, yes, it's argument. I mean, like in terms of what they're going to be allowed to say exactly, probably will be. Yeah, I think, Larisha, I'm going to guess that you have an iPhone, and I'm going to guess that that's what the issue is for exactly that reason. Like, it's just they don't, right? It's an iPhone thing. It's an iPhone thing because Apple and YouTube do not play well. Apple doesn't play well with anybody. Apple just refuses to play well with anybody. They kick everybody out of their sandbox. Yeah, it's weird, but I think it's like I think it's a channel to channel thing. I think it's just random. It's weird. I don't know what the hell it is. I've Googled it like multiple times. Yeah, I don't know. It's a strange, it's annoying. It's annoying. I don't know. Like Mandy and Tracy had us like sign up for the whatever it's called, the robot that does our shit. Stream. I don't even see it. I usually see it all the time. Where is that shit? Oh, Stream Elements. Like that's an alternate way to gift, but I don't know if you can gift memberships through that thing. Yeah, it's like phone stores are like what car dealerships used to be like. It's like in a multiple hours of sitting in there trying to get a new damn phone. It's super annoying. So Pamela says YouTube sends a notification to you if you were selected for a gift, and then you have to toggle off. Okay. Oh no, what are they doing now? Like every time now they're telling the jury to go? Jesus. Okay, so defense is definitely not finishing today. I mean, she might take all day. I mean,
What is going on?
I don't know, but like every time they pan up to the fan, that usually
Mhm.
signifies the jury's leaving.
Something's happening.
Something's happening. So I don't know specifically because it was before. Like we don't really know what Ajax was because he called for the sidebar. So and I don't think it was after an objection. I don't think.
No, I think he just said we gotta. Yeah. Do we have any blooping, or we went through it all?
We got no blooping. We're live.
Mm.
We live. Yeah, that's one lie I'm not going to sweat him on. You know,
Right.
we try the best that we can to try to guesstimate how long it's going to take for examinations, but it's
But
not
when
exact
you
science.
can get nothing because the witness is smarter than you,
Yeah, it's tough.
I take longer.
Right, it takes longer.
Yeah, I guess I missed the instructions she read because I thought before we left that he said he wanted to get it in with his witness.
Well, it was right before, and it was right before Ajax like stepped up the podium for a redirect. So, where she went into that instruction there.
I thought it was because that instruction had to do with the fact that she struck Brennan trying to ask the witness about Dr. Wolf's video, which wasn't designed to deal with injuries, but designed to deal with the damage to the vehicle.
Uh,
Right, that's what Aspiring says too.
Ernie probably. It's hard because
Right, the instruction was on the video. I think he's trying to get the X-rays in, but I don't know. Because who's to say if they don't do it with Rentschler? Well, then I guess the defense could, but
Well, I mean, what do you mean? Of course, like it's their witness.
yeah, but this is the defense's evidence they're trying to put in.
I understand.
I don't know how it's any different than the fact that, oh, we're going to get in with Rentschler because he used it.
Right. And she
but
did
she
too.
used it.
Right.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, he clearly didn't take the x-rays.
Although we all just talked about how he said there were no x-rays.
All right, Stephanie is giving some sage advice here. Yeah, that's the workaround. Like the workaround is if you're on your phone, go to one of your web browsers and go to youtube.com. One thing that I've seen happen, and it happened on my phone when I was testing it out, is it kept sending me to like my app. All right, so maybe they didn't send the jury out.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Lapisada, stand back here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about x-rays
Yes.
and the effect of x-rays on an evaluation by a forensic pathologist. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Are x-rays important for a forensic pathologist to consider?
Yes, they are.
Did you find any? You reviewed the x-rays, correct?
Absolutely.
I'm going to relegate my question to just the right arm of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Did you find any deformities, defects, breaks, fractures, or hairline fractures of that kind on any of the x-rays that you reviewed?
None.
May I approach John?
Yes, I have a question for you. When you printed these, did you print them from a flash drive?
May I have a look at it?
Sure.
I have some assistance with this.
Because you have them up on the,
We do have electronic versions of this.
why don't we do that instead of the big, the large?
As long as I can mark the large ones, I want those marked and move the evidence for reasons that we discussed at sidebar.
So those will be, you're objecting to this, Mr. Mayor? Okay, well, even if the Commonwealth objected, I'll allow those in, but I'd prefer to give the jury a flash drive with these on them instead of these big. So we will mark your flash drive.
Why?
You can just go ahead, in evidence, we'll mark the flash drive. The flash drive will go in with the jury rather than these very cumbersome additional pieces of.
Are you going to give them the Hard Rock Cafe version of John's encased hoodie?
Loop back.
All right, jurors, we're gonna make this one really
Loop
quick.
back. Loop back real quick. 'Cause-
Additional pieces
Oh.
of flash.
Okay.
You can just go ahead,
Okay.
in evidence, we'll mark the flash drive. The flash drive will go in with the jury rather than these very cumbersome additional pieces of paper. And you can go ahead and show them.
If I did, I don't want to have a whole discussion in open court.
All right, jurors, we're gonna make this one really quick.
Okay, he just said I don't want to have a whole discussion in open court.
Yeah, why aren't they getting a flash drive version of
Talk about cumbersome.
yeah, that thing's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. However, if I'm the defense, I really want that coming in since his bullshit.
I mean, I could care less. I think they remember there's no broken bones. You know?
Yeah, I mean, no bruising.
I know, Mickey. I'm so fucking confused. Then they keep saying how Rentschler used it. Isn't Rentschler the one that said? Well, some people said Judson. So now I don't know.
Judson is Welcher. Same
Oh,
guy.
they're the same person.
Yeah, it's his first name. Love.
Yeah, he said there were no x-rays, so I couldn't tell if
Correct.
there was fractures. And then they said, well, Rentschler used them, so we got to get him in with Rentschler. So you
Yeah.
put your witness on to tell a lie and you knew we told a lie?
I mean,
And why aren't we addressing that?
that's why I cannot, like, I can't wait till they recall Welcher.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Sorry. show these to you and then I'll put them on an overhead. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
No, she's talking. She knows. Allie knows that Rentschler and Welcher are two different guys. She thought Judson and
Judson.
Welcher were two different guys.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by the medical examiner identification of Mr. O'Keefe, and I recognize the X-ray of the right hand, the right wrist, the right femur, and I can also tell by the R designation here that that's the right side of the body.
Is this what you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning injuries to his right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
So these now will mark whatever the next exhibit in A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, yes, Your Honor.
The HHH is now 229A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I need to wait. May I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Hughes, sister,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a X-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
Thank you. I may have this marked as next to your B.
That may obviate the need to put it up, right?
It could.
The 229B.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what he fucking
May I?
said.
Yes.
Thank you.
Scumbag.
Doctor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is another X-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone. And the upper arm bone is totally normal. There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage or microfractures.
No microfractures.
Nothing.
Nothing. Nada.
Next in order, some C is in Charlie.
Yes.
Greed farmer.
I mean, Hank's gonna have to think long and hard about putting Welcher up again. Like that whole thing fucking destroys him.
Dr. Lapisada, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
What?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Lapisada, you are awesome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
She was phenomenal. She was phenomenal.
What's happening here?
I'm starting the Dr.
Right, is there
Laposada
anything
fan
else
club.
to-
Wait. What?
Who else do we have today? That's what she asked.
Is there anything else? Oh, jury's not gonna be happy about that.
John, may we approach?
Oh boy.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
They're gonna be like, well, we could start with so and so, but it's gonna go maybe. I don't know.
Well, I think we know there's Rentschler, obviously.
What about the other dog guy? Not happening?
I don't think they're calling Garrett Wing. I don't think
Huh.
they're calling him. I don't think they're calling Richard Green. I don't think they're calling
Wait, who's
obviously
Richard
anybody
Green
from the
again?
house. He's their phone guy, one of their
Oh.
phone guys. They're not calling anybody from the house. They're not calling Proctor.
No butt dials. No shady.
No butt
phone.
dials. None of that shit.
Just
None
go
of it's
back
coming in.
first.
Yeah, I'm not like I know Allie said she was worried about it. I'm not.
I mean, I'm not worried about it. I liked it. But I've been saying I think there's a ton of reasonable doubt already.
It didn't get him a not guilty first time. So
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask the court to invite Dr. Andrew Mistrial to join us.
Okay.
boom.
Rentschler? Who's he?
Rentschler. Oh my
Oh,
God,
Rentschler.
Rentschler. Oh,
That was-
were you going
I-
by the captions there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay.
Who's Jimmy Rentschler?
Woo. Ay, ay, ay.
Ay ay ay.
Ay, ay, ay.
Ay ay ay.
Oy vey, Ishmael. All right, Michelle is a retired ME from Connecticut. She's wearing a cruise shirt on a cruise.
I do.
Oh, I met a retired ME. She chased me down to talk to me and was adamant it was not hit by a car.
All right.
Chased
Mr.
her
Jackson,
down.
whenever you're
on her
ready.
Thank you,
cruise.
Your Honor. Sir, could you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents.
Babe, look at
We
Nikki's
also
correction.
do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend and eventually it'll break. Was a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, intervertebral disc injury. Any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. You know, motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that? So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
We have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on one second, Dr.
Sure.
Okay.
For the MRAP, which are the mine resistant ambush protected armor plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the
He's
50
bolstering
percentile
himself.
hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy, an ATD, to do your work in furtherance of the NHL contractor commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to
Agreed,
use a
Jack.
hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people. So they record the force off of that. And they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
There you go,
Is
Hank.
that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration.
Boom.
They the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety
Sorry,
Standards,
Hank.
and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is. Yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word. Probably nobody knows. I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move? It moves forward. Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps. If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism. And in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury occur?
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Maybe when
Dr.
I pulled us
Rentschler,
off
are
and
you
put
able
us
to
back on in
estimate
the
how
Burton
many
room.
of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002.
Sir, did that
And then
take
I
you
got my
17
PhD
years?
in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Oh, what?
2004.
Seems so quick.
Thank you.
Also, 2 years later.
Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before, yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation. We do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS?
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction offered by SAE?
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement?
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
I've taken that as well, yes, sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities. So we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a
I don't know
second,
if this
Dr.
guy's
Winsler, about how
qualified.
you
Not
began
sure.
working on this particular case that's before the bench.
Yeah.
When were you initially retained in connection with this case?
We were initially retained, I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial that was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an insurance company, was it?
It was not, no, sir.
Okay. What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we're kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information, you were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at.
Tranche.
Yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, just what area he covers. In other words, you're dealing with Alexis and pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did
Brian
you
has
ultimately issue
Randy.
a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year,
Okay,
2024.
2024. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right. Did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhage?
Subscapular is,
Yes.
yeah, with respect to the head, is that what? Yes,
As it relates to the head.
Yes. Well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp, but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage?
He did, yes. He had sustained subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah. And so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose, and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue?
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about or And what part of the arm?
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions, what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
What kind of materials did you review, in addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down
I'm
the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
It's late in the day and I'm doing it again, aren't I? I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. Any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case. And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
the undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, the head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures. For instance, where the taillight's positioned to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than the expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm, what was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct. Yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify
Yes.
this year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial.
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in
We-
furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
All right. You know what happens. We haven't been doing these for a minute, but since we're getting so close to the end of the case, I think that we need to do some. Yeah. God, it's party time. We party when it's sidebar time. That's what goes on over here. Little party time. Excellent. Katie became a new member. Aw, family hug. Welcome, Katie. Appreciate you. Kaylee, final nail in the Commonwealth's coffin. Let's go.
What the hell happened? I was still watching it on my phone. When did it?
Sidebar.
Oh, I missed
Sidebar.
that.
Tracy McMillan, love how AJ slips in that he forgot where he was on questioning. It comes across like he's not sticking to his script. Comes across as casual and honest. Smart. It's fucking smart.
My guy's wicked smart.
Oh, wait, I have wait, you stole my thunder right there, girl.
Oh,
What's going on?
oh.
Yeah.
The thing is complete.
This is a Hobbit bar, huh? I thought there'd be like equations and shit on the walls. Do you like apples?
This is what we should have played after.
How do you like them apples?
That's what we should have played after Dr. Laposada. That
Yeah.
one right there.
We need it without the they all sounds whack on all of them as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, pardon me. I mean, they're in a bar. You can't make it sound like they're not in a Harvard bar.
Are you blooping? Are you blooped up?
We're live, girl. Oh wait, just kidding. Bloop 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 bloop. Now we're live. We had like 10 seconds of blooping. 10 seconds of blooping. I say bullshit in many different ways. Bullshit. Bullshit.
That's his dad's bullshit.
My dad's bullshit. He is. That's him. I want to shout out a couple of Larisha, like, just crushed the Cash App today with $100 Cash App. We thank you so much, Larisha. And then Dusty Storm also crushed Cash App for a $20 Cash App. Thank you so much. And I think we got a Venmo in too. Let me double check this for the Venmos. Let's see. We got Carolyn, $5 Venmo. Bob Alley Mods, and fam are the best. Aw, thank you. We love you guys. Thank you so much for your generosity. You have not seen the Bob Senior puppet lately. He's not appeared. I heard the word on the street is he wants to come out and hang during verdict watch. That's the word on the street. The word on the street. He wants to hang during verdict watch. Yeah. Do you like that song, babe?
Yes.
You didn't seem like you liked it at all.
I'm distracted.
Whoa. The guy's making some kind of noise down there, like a plaintiff
Oh.
whale.
I'll
Is
go
he?
get him.
I'll grab him.
Okay. Hmm. Yep, he's letting the dog in. Yeah, I don't know what's going on this sidebar. Bob likes to sing. He'll sing some songs. Definitely. Mama Hug says today was better than yesterday. She hasn't had to rage clean today.
So jurors, that was about scheduling. We picked up a lot of time today. I think it was because we did spend less
we're ending
time
early?
inside our and less time doing things outside your presence. So we're back on track, and we're going to let you go for today, and we're expecting a full day tomorrow. I can tell you, the lawyers tell me that we're definitely winding down. Okay, so please, those same 3 cautions, do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us
I wish
know.
Bob was here to bloop back.
Continue to be
I
very
was
careful
watching it
with
on my
research.
phone,
So we'll see you ready to start at 9 o'clock.
and I must have been behind you guys a little bit because I didn't see it even go to sidebar. And I'm assuming they need to discuss something, and that's why they sent the jury home. Oh, yeah, we got back on track real quick today. We're back on track. Let me see if I can go back and figure out. I guess I'll find out right
You're
now.
all set, Dr. Ensign. I should
Thank you.
have told you, I'm sorry. So we'll see you tomorrow morning as well. So, okay? Thank you.
Welcome, Katie.
All right.
Bob did that already.
So first of all, anybody object if I give Ms. McLaughlin back the paperwork on the State of Rhode Island versus Michael Patino transcript or whatever she was giving me? Any objection to that? All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Jackson, for purposes of your edits, so the text will be removed from 5, 6, 8, 9, 23. The word measurements, I think, is perhaps the only word there. 24, 31, 32, 33, 34, 46, 47, 54, 55, 56, 58,
58, 66,
66, 67, 68,
72,
69,
Oh.
71, 72,
75,
73, 74,
Wow.
and 75, and 76.
all the ones Brennan asked
Separately,
for.
pursuant to what will be an upcoming evidentiary ruling on whether foundation has been made, if you could separately have a way to exclude, if it becomes appropriate based on whatever ruling, based on the foundation that you're going to attempt to put, slides 9 to 23.
Wow. So
Now, as
everything
I
Hank
said to you
asked
at
for.
sidebar, once you do this, or if you talk to the Commonwealth, if there's no objection to some of those numbered slides that I said needed to be edited. If the Commonwealth agrees that they come in, you can go ahead and put them in because I would allow them if it's by agreement.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So do you expect that we will finish with Dr. Rentschler tomorrow?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be as long as I was with Dr. Wolf,
Okay.
depending on how it goes. If he has an hour and a half, I expect that'll probably be about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. And then we'll figure out where we are Thursday. It seems that the
Thursday.
case may be ready to go to the jury Friday,
What?
maybe Monday at the latest. But that's,
By Monday. Based on our
does that seem like a fair estimate to you, Mr. Brennan?
I think we'll be ready Friday.
Okay.
I think it'll be ready
All right,
Friday.
so we'll
You're not
see.
calling any,
Okay.
barely
All
calling
right,
any rebuttal?
thank you. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Yes.
Should I have Dr. Welch?
Wow, they ended it for the day.
Wait,
Oh,
Tomorrow's Wednesday already.
right.
Can we, Mr. Jackson, can we reevaluate that mid-morning or the luncheon break and see where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here in the afternoon?
You're going to need him.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
I think Mr. Alessi would have one issue he'd like to address the court.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to various exhibits that Your Honor said would be admitted based upon the issue that we had with regard to the exhibit 88, Your Honor said we would.
Yes, we'll put those into evidence.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
That was the only item pressing for today.
Yeah, I said yesterday they'd come in, they're coming in. Okay, so those will be in evidence. Mr. Brennan, you were on notice yesterday that I was letting those in. Okay, all right, we're all set. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Hey, Bob, Mike Pfeiffer,
Mark
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 Pfeiffer.
Pfeffer.
Wishes a happy what is it?
Mark Pfeffer.
Pfeffer. Okay. Wishes happy birthday to his beautiful best half, Leah. I love you and our little family.
Leah.
No, Leah.
Oh, Leia. Okay. Oh, and Mark, I think Mark sent me an email, so I'm glad that he supered this up.
Yeah. So Mark says, I love you and our little family and dog and house and your sense of justice and sweet, caring, kind soul. You Wrenchslurd.
Wow. Okay, I'm going to read that all again because that
Okay.
was massive butchery. Happy birthday to my beautiful best half, Leia. I love you and our little family and dog and house and your sense of justice and sweet, caring, kind soul. You wrenchlered my heart.
Aw. All right, babe. Sing
Birthday,
happy
Leia.
birthday for Leia.
Yeah, that's. should
No,
we
you have to
sing
sing
happy
it.
birthday? Okay. Are we doing it together?
We'll try.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, go.
Happy birthday
Oh
to
no.
ya. Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday
to
to
ya.
ya.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you. That was
Happy
pretty
birthday,
good.
Leia.
Happy birthday, Leia.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to do it one at a time from now
I
on. Just
mean,
you.
look, dude.
Just you, actually.
Look, dude. You sing it too slow. Like your version is so slow. I don't understand. It's
just
like,
don't think so.
are you trying to turn it into the horrible, like old timey birthday? Like,
Happy birthday.
happy birthday to you. It's like the funeral march. That's why Allie and I abandoned that song completely. We went with the Stevie
Right.
Wonder version, which is so much better. We highly recommend it for all your family occasions. They will be resistant at first. People are like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then they'll succumb. They'll succumb. I disagree, Lion. I disagree. It wasn't fine. It was so off key because we were singing over each other. Sorry, Lion. You're wrong.
Wow.
Wrong.
Um,
So is that what they said? Closings on Friday? Ooh.
Or Monday. But then
Ooh.
Alan Jackson said, I think maybe Monday, and
Mm.
Hank Brennan said, I think Friday.
Ooh. That means I mean Hank would know best because of the rebuttal or lack
Right.
thereof.
Right.
So all right. So that's because that's Wednesday. Wrenchler's done. Thursday, closings. Or so we'll go Wrenchler, and then whatever Hank can get in for rebuttal
Right.
tomorrow, and then Thursday closings.
No. Rebuttal. Then Friday they'll be ready for it to go to the jury, he said.
Wait, you think? Oh, so you think Hank will take a whole day? Because they
Well, he
like,
said he thought it'd be ready to go to the jury on Friday. So that doesn't mean closings on Thursday.
yeah, it does.
Well, after closings, it goes to the jury.
Well, I mean, it depends.
I
Depends
mean,
on where they
every
are.
other courtroom in the land, but she wants to be out at 3:00 every day. So who knows? Or 4:00 their time.
Yeah, yeah. All right. Did we give love to everybody?
We did all the supers and the
Cash apps and Venmos. All
I
right.
don't know about Cash Apps and Venmos. That's
I
on
did.
you.
Yeah, I think I did the Cash Apps and Venmos. I'll check PayPal, make sure there wasn't a PayPal.
What about that Stream Elements? Doesn't anything happen on that thing?
I don't know how to check it. Like, I have no idea what that thing is, and I don't know. I don't know what it is. Our people are gonna have to tell us. Mandy and Tracy gonna have to explain it to me like I'm 3.
Here's how it works.
Okay. All right, mods. Thank you so much today, every day, for all that you guys do. You're amazing, amazing people. Mandy and Tracy, we adore you. We love you. Thank you for everything you do to make every day just a joy, just an absolute joy.
Kaylee said Hank says his whole rebuttal should be 2 hours.
Wow. Well, I'm telling you right now, if I'm Hank, I'm thinking long and hard about putting Welcher back up there, because this whole X-ray thing, that whole X-ray thing is just going to torch that guy.
Well, it's going to torch him either way because they'll mention it in closing. So she might as well.
Yeah, but the flame throwing could be less, flame throwy if he's not on the stand. If he's on the stand and he's got to like answer to because he like flat out said that there were no X-rays done, and that he's assuming based on the impact on the arm that there was a hairline fracture.
Right. That's the biggest part of it.
Yeah. It's pretty fucking huge. So he's in deep shit if he gets back on that stand. So, and I'm here for it.
Plus the defense could get all those cases everyone's been talking. I don't know if it's one case or what, but fish up some dirt.
I mean, I just thought today was a tremendous day for the defense. Just an absolutely tremendous day for the defense. So yeah, I thought that Lapisada was just brilliant. Fabulous witness.
Fabulous.
Just she was my favorite witness of the entire trial. But and it's not even close. And that includes our ARCA boys. She was just a straight up sweet grandmotherly assassin. That's what, I mean, she was just just the sweetest looking lady, and then she'll fucking cut your throat when you're not paying attention. It's like
and correct your English.
Yeah, exactly. She was just unbelievable.
And your time of day. You're a little early on that. Good afternoon there, Hank.
Yeah, that's we have 6 minutes of morning left there, dipshit. Yeah, she was absolutely phenomenal. And then, I mean, we're just getting into Rentschler, and he's great too. I mean, the ARCA guys are just phenomenal.
I mean, he's already answered all Hank's bullshit that he spent all those hours on about, not hours. Again, I'm prone to exaggeration. 9 something, 11 something, 11.8. You fucking used the wrong arm. God.
Yep. Well, and plus he got in front of all the shit that Lally asked him last time about the other injuries. You know what I mean? Like the laceration to the tongue and all that other stuff. Yeah, I mean, she does know that she has a huge issue with the X-rays. Well, she doesn't. Hank does. Hank's got a huge issue with the X-rays. Those are a massive problem for them. Like this is the way I look at this now. I am a lot less concerned about the concept of a mistrial. This thing with the last 2 witnesses, so it will be Laposada and Rentschler. I think this thing's a slam dunk NG in my book. Like, short of some kind of miracle on rebuttal where I think it might slip it back into possible mistrial. in terms of the jury just getting stuck, but she was that good, and Rentschler's going to be that good too.
I really feel like it's got to be not guilty. There's just too much reasonable doubt. All right, thank the people. Remind them what to do.
Okay, y'all, we love you so much. We're so thankful for your continued generosity day in, day out. It's like, it's everything. It means the world to us. It really does. And it allows us to operate. You know, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So we are so grateful to all of you. We thank all the new members. We got a bunch of new ones in today. So thank you, which reminds me, we will be doing another members only with VMs, with voicemails, your voicemails in the very near future. So please don't be shy. Please leave voicemails because we love it. We love hearing from you. They're phenomenal. They're absolutely phenomenal. And it's a great way to get to know you guys beyond just seeing what you type. So you all have beautiful voices, believe me when I tell you that. Like I've never listened to a voicemail and been like, ooh, ever. So it doesn't happen like that. So thank you 1,000 times over. Remember, please,
Thank you, mods.
please like, share, and subscribe. If you're watching on replay, leave a comment. It's even better if you actually like get into a conversation in there, because it really keeps it in the algorithm. But you guys are amazing. But please remember on the way out to like, share, subscribe. Those things really help the channel grow. We're so close to 50. It would be really, really nice to make it. I'm going to be hitting up Betero, see if I can get him some point this week. Next week, babe, just forewarning, we have a very, very heavy duty softball schedule and our daughter's 13th birthday. So, which falls on Father's Day. So we're going to have to try to figure some shit in there. All right, you guys are the best mods. We love you. And without you guys, look, here's the bottom line. I'm just an old man
Talking a lot of shit.